Welcome to the Courage Barbell Unlimited podcast with your host, legendary powerlifter and strength athlete, Chad Ikes. For most, the journey of strength starts in the gym, but should inevitably expand through all aspects of life. Join us as we discuss all things strength. Now, here's your host, Chad Ikes.
Hey everybody, we're back again with another fabulous guest. I'm trying to up my vocabulary, so fabulous is one I don't think I've used yet. If you guys watched the last couple episodes with Marshall Johnson, we now have his wife, so she's his better half, so this will be even a better podcast. So how come you don't have a nickname like Freak Show?
I do. It's Lethal.
Lethal.
Mm-hmm. My maiden name is Leiter, and no one could ever pronounce it. It's a German name and spelled, no one can pronounce it, Leithtgr. So they just shortened it to Lethal, or they just started calling me Lethal. So
do you shoot?
I love to shoot. Mm-hmm.
Oh, perfect.
I'm the hunter. I'm the hunter of the two of us.
Okay, I mean, that's the first thing that pops into my head when I hear Lethal is shooting.
Yes. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you are the better half. You're the hunter. I guess that makes Marshall together.
That's what he jokes about all the time. Whenever I get a deer, he'll post that I got a deer, and then I'll be like, I'm out here gathering my berries.
That's funny. So we're going to start. We have a lot of different stuff to talk about, and actually we decided to do this podcast because of what do you call it?
Craniosacral.
Yes, that's how the idea of this podcast started. But you have such a background in lifting, and I actually wanted to hit on Freya a little bit too, because I think that's just and Freya is their daughter, who's also, gosh, she's already competed in 4 or 5 meets, I think.
Yep, she did Relentless, the deadlift only twice, and then she did a full meet in January, and then she's doing a full meet in a couple weeks here at Relentless. So
yeah, and she's, how old is she now?
She turned 9 at the end of May.
I think that's so awesome to me. And I'm just interested how you guys, because you kind of want to let her do it, and you kind of want to teach her right, but you don't want to make it so unfun that she doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of an interesting subject. But let's start with, if these numbers are correct,
okay,
you have a 336 raw squat, a 352 wrapped,
okay,
and then a 515 in multiply.
Mm-hmm.
You have a 242 raw bench, a 352 in single ply, and a 400 in multiply. Your
Correct.
deadlift is a 407 up to a 425. So you totaled 865 raw and then 1300 in multiply.
So raw last April at the women's pro-am, I totaled 1,003, 1,008, something like that.
Okay.
That was my wrapped. That was at 352, 242.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yes, my best equipped total is the 515 was on a 4th attempt, so it didn't get to count towards my total. But I mean, if you count that, then technically I've totaled 1340 something. So.
Mm-hmm. I was actually surprised because I looked at it in open powerlifting. I didn't realize you've done so many meets.
Oh yeah. When I was younger, so Marshall and I met, I was 20, he was 26, and I did my first meet at 20 in 2010. And after that, I did at least 3 meets a year, if not more. I just loved competing. So, but that honestly, looking back, probably held me back because I'd never really had an off season. I never really trained weaknesses. I just kept going. I was always, 8 weeks out from a meet, 12 weeks out from a meet. So, but I just loved competing.
Which that actually does get hard. I know when I was at the higher level, people are like, how many times do you compete? And I'm like, 2. I go, because it takes me so long to get ready for a meet. I need a little bit of time to try to get stronger.
Yeah.
But when I was younger, I did like you. It's like, well, I just want to compete. I need experience competing. So I competed a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a background in other sports? How did you get into lifting?
So I actually started lifting when I was very young. my dad had a weight set in our basement. And when I was like 5, I would go down and lift with him.
Uh-huh.
And I just always loved it. And pretty much anything my dad did, I was such a daddy's girl. Everything he did, he got me into hunting, fishing. We would go like bale hay together. So at 3rd grade, 4th grade, I was picking up rectangle bales and actually like stacking them and everything. So I've just always loved whatever my dad did, including the strength stuff. And so yeah, that's where I've always loved lifting. In high school, I would lift, well, because I loved it, but for my sports. So I played softball in high school. I was actually a cheerleader for 7 years, 4 years of high school, and then 3 years in college. And in college, our coach tried to give us like a workout plan, and it was basically just some like dumbbell stuff. And I was like, I'm going to go squat and bench. I'll see you guys later. So yeah, in high school, I basically would just lift with the football guys because there were every once in a while I could get another girl to come with, but I would just basically lift with the football guys in their off season and then just by myself when they were, actually in their season. And still to this day, it's one of my favorite things to be stronger than a guy. So thanks to my older brothers who made me very competitive in that way. So yeah. And then
do any of your older brothers or your dad powerlift?
No, my dad he'll be 72 in November and he still goes to the gym. He is still built. He's like 5'8", but he just has these massive shoulders, massive arms. Like his triceps are massive. So I definitely get it from him. But no, my one brother was a distance runner, and my other brother in high school, I think he was in football and basketball and baseball. And in football, he tried to lift, and his coach was like, "Never squat again." That was horrible. Didn't try to help him, just was like, "Don't do that ever again." So, and then I'm the youngest of 5, and so my 2 older sisters, we were all athletic. My one played volleyball, the other one was a swimmer and a cheerleader, and then I just loved lifting. And then Marshall and I met in college. I was 20, he was 26, and I love lifting, and Marshall is a big guy. And so I was like, how much do you bench? How much do you squat? And
well, now this was still in his bodybuilding years though, right?
I met him right after he did his second bodybuilding show. So I call him like skinny Marshall because he was like 260 and, but then he was still a big guy. But yeah, I met him after his bodybuilding days. And when we met, he was like, "Oh, have you ever heard of powerlifting?" And I was like, "No, but if it's lifting, I'll try it." And then he's like, "Well, I'm not going to let you out of it until you try meet." And I was like, I will love to. And then I was just immediately hooked. So yeah, that's kind of my strength background. And then I've been powerlifting ever since. I did do 2 bodybuilding shows in 2017. Freya
I remember that.
Yeah, my very skinny days that I never want to go back to. But Freya was born May of 2015. I started dieting right before her first birthday, so 2016, and then dieted for almost an entire year, stepped on stage end of March 2017, and then early April 2017, and never want to do it again. I enjoyed the process, but I never want to be that lean again. I'm good. My stage weight was 126. And
I think that's an interesting thing because people ask me that too. They're like, "Oh, if you're not powerlifting, are you going to get really lean?" And I'm like, "Nah."
Yeah,
I'm like, I could. I mean, I think I could. I mean, I think I could probably get really lean because I have the muscle mass.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I just know how much work it's going to take for me, and I don't really want to do that much work.
Yeah, it is. And like at the time, I enjoyed my diet, but I was keto for like 6 months straight, and I feel like I just lost a lot of muscle mass.
Yeah.
Was kind of,
well, I think there is a genetic. I get mad when everybody's like genetics.
Yeah.
Because I don't think genetics says what you can or can't do, but I think it does kind of say how hard it's going to be.
Yeah.
Like I've been a big kid. I was a fat kid. Like for me to stay lean all the time would be an awful lot of work. I could do it. Yes. I don't have the drive to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I'm happy. I think I look all right. I'm fine with it. Like,
yeah,
I know when I start getting too big and I drop down, but like for some people, I have other friends they just seem to stay lean all the time. And they eat good and they work out, but they don't have to do what I would have to do to stay that lean.
Yeah. And I'm kind of I always had like the powerlifting abs where it was like maybe the 2 on top, but to actually have, like, I had an 8-pack and it's overrated, let me tell you.
Yeah.
It's one thing to get abs, but to keep abs for most people is where the work comes in.
Yeah. I read an article a long time ago, I think it was in Muscle and Fitness, where they ask a whole bunch of trainers if they would still have a 6-pack if it wasn't their job. And they're all like, no way. Like, the only reason I keep this is because it's my job. They're like, it's way too difficult and too much work.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
But I can be strong pretty easily. So.
Yes. And I think that's where Marshall like made the switch too, was he was like, I just liked eating more than dieting.
Yeah.
And then he realized he was strong and stuck with it. But yeah, I did bodybuilding because I had built up muscle. Like, I've always just carried muscle always. And so I was like, let's see what's under here. And that was kind of,
which I think is kind of fun, because I don't think you realize it sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was interesting when because I competed. I was up to 397 was my highest. I felt my best at 385.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would normally drop down to like 360, but at one point I got down to, before I got COVID. I'm the only person I know who put on like 50 pounds because I got COVID. I got down to like 285.
Really?
And everybody's like, you're huge. You look massive. And I'm like, I'm little. Like, I'm little. I'm literally 100 pounds less than I used to be. But because your muscle shows more, everybody thinks you're huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it is interesting to go, well, let's see what it would be like. I mean, I put all this muscle on. I wonder what it looks like.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But keeping it's just crazy. So with Freya, I mean, I can't see you guys like harping on her to do anything. I assume how it happened is she got to hang out at the gym with you guys and just started messing around and enjoyed it. And you guys are like, like pushing her a little bit, but not too hard.
Yeah. So when she was little, so her first day at the gym was when she was 6 days old. And then she was with us pretty much at least 3 days a week from there on out. And she had her own like playpen and all that at the gym. But by the time she could walk, I mean, when we have videos of her being like 1.5, 2 with the, like the monster stick that you like roll yourself with,
Mm-hmm.
do you know that? She would put it on her back like a squat bar, squat down, or she was obsessed with chalk. So she'd go chalk her hands and then walk over that and like lift it with you, or we'd give her a little dumbbell and she would deadlift it. And then as she got older, we got her a little like plastic barbell set, and she would take that to the gym, and then she would find the little like lead chains that you use to put your big chains on, and she would take those and she'd go put them over the bar. She'd squat with them or deadlift with them. So yeah, and we'd post her videos and people are like, oh, do you force her to do that? No, not at all. She just sees us doing it and then copies us, and oh my gosh, it's the cutest. It's some of my favorite videos of her. I don't know if you've seen the one, but it actually like went viral. It has over 1 million views. And she was on a bamboo bar and she's sitting there just intensely chalking her hands when she was 2. And she like throws the chalk down, walks up to the bar. She's like, deadlifts it, throws it down, claps her hands and walks off. It's the cutest thing ever. So cute. She knew exactly what she was doing though. But yeah, so fast forward to now. Where our gym is at, there's a little playground about a half a block away. And now that it's summer, we'll get to the gym and she'll go run and play at the park, which we're like, yes, please go play outside. But this spring, she was like, yeah, I want to do relentless, full power. And I was like, okay, but you're going to have to train. It's going to be nice out. You're going to have to train. She's like, I know. So when it became nice out, she just kind of went to the park instead, which is fine. And she's still young enough where, I mean, she has better form than most adult power lifters. Like her sumo deadlift is spot on. I love watching her deadlift. Same with like her squat and all that, and her bench. And she's really open. Like if you tell her on bench, like push your feet into the ground, you can see her do it. Mm-hmm. And then she's so much tighter. And on one of her bench videos, the last time she benched, she hit 50 pounds and it was nice and tight and boom. And she bumped up to 60. and she dropped it a little faster, and then it was a little slower on the way up. So I showed her. I was like, see, Freya, here, you stayed nice and tight. And then on this one, she's like, oh, okay, yeah. And so she just like, she's so open to taking your, advice for the most part. And then usually she'll, like, now that Relentless is 2 weeks away, she'll squat on Mondays, bench on Wednesdays, and deadlift on Fridays. And then we usually have her do like 2 accessory movements, usually like a jumping movement of some sort, just to keep her explosive. She's also in gymnastics, and she was in swimming before that. And she does play piano as well. But I like the jumping parts that she does, just to help keep her all around athletic and explosive. So yeah, that's kind of what her training looks like right now. And usually sometimes she'll follow me for like back movements and stuff like that, just follows whatever I'm doing, and we'll do it together. So I always love that. It's always fun.
I think it's interesting because I a lot of the movements and patterns and stuff, when I started really learning about it was from the school in Prague, I think it was, where they started studying how babies moved. Mm-hmm. And this is how we're supposed to be moving. And I always use my niece and nephew and then my great nieces. And I'm like, kids move. If you watch kids, they move perfect.
Yes.
Like they know how to root their feet right. They know how to brace. Mm-hmm. And so I've always said, man, if I could just get kids when they're little, and I don't have to coach them, I just have to not fuck them up.
Yes.
Like just when they start fucking up, go, hey, why did you change? Go back to what you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I look back to, we had a gym, it was Vic Tanny, and this is like in the 70s, and it was like a really popular gym. And my dad was a carpenter. So in the winter, when they slowed down, he would go to the gym and we would get to go with him. And dude, I'm like all this chrome stuff and it looks like jungle gyms. Like, I think that's where I really fell in love with the gym.
Yeah.
And then like, I didn't start training myself till I was actually in high school, but I think just being around that is awesome for kids. And especially if you can let them do it where they're still having fun.
Yeah, that's huge.
And have that enjoyment. And then, like you said, I think I have a problem with today, how they're like, no, my kid's going to be a baseball player. He's got to start practicing baseball. And I'm like, all you're doing is fucking him up. Let him play all the kinds of sports he wants. And then in high school, maybe he can cut it down to 2. Mm-hmm. I go, but they're developing. They need to do all this movement. And it was funny what you said about athletics, because I'm writing another article for Elite right now. And it's I'm titled it Anti-Athletic, because I know so many powerlifters that just stop moving and all they do is brace and stabilize. And I go, their bodies aren't made to do just that.
Yeah. And even myself, I mean, when I was cheerleading, we tumbled, I could do round up back handspring, standing back tuck, stuff like that. And I say often, I'm like, I wish I could just go back to when I was 21, 20 and just be athletic again for one day. Cause after I stopped cheerleading, which we did competitive cheer at my college, and not that we were very good, but still, just to be that athletic again and throw someone in the air, catch them, and then go and do jumps and tumble and all that. I wish I could go back, and I wish I never would have stopped being just moving. But yeah, when, you were so focused on squat, bench, deadlift, and how do I make that better? But I mean, I feel like we could argue that if we stay mobile.
Yeah, I think I struggle with people who say you can't have balance to be one of the best in the world. And I'm like, no, there's always balance. It's just to what degree.
Yeah.
If you're super, super mobile, you might not be your absolute strongest.
Yes.
But to be your absolute strongest, you still need to carry some sort of mobility. Yep. And do you know Juju Mufu?
Yep.
Yeah, I had him on my podcast, and he's really interesting to me because he's actually pretty damn strong.
Oh, yeah.
And he's built like a brick shit house. And that dude is flexible and mobile as hell.
Yeah.
So I'm like, why aren't we learning more from that guy than the guy who's like a 2x4 and his traps feel like they're made out of granite? And he thinks it's cool. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, your muscle is not supposed to be that hard all the time.
Yeah. And they think it should be like that. And you're like, no.
Yeah. Like, I trained to get them this big. I'm like, no, they're fucked up and not functioning very well, dude.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So then what'd you go to school for?
Exercise science. Marshall and I both have a 4-year degree in exercise science.
Okay.
So yeah, we had a lot of the same classes together. And every time I hear someone say that they're going for exercise science, I always cringe a little bit. But
What? Okay, tell me why you cringe.
because I guess from my point of view, exercise science is I'm going to go be a personal trainer in a commercial gym and train, Gen Pop for the rest of my life. And that sounded horrible to me after I got through it. And so a lot of them that I know that have a 4-year degree in it, that's, they're at, what's their new one? Crunch Fitness or something like that. That's in town. I don't know.
Crunch is a big one now. And
Yeah.
Orange. Isn't there one called Orange Fitness or something like that?
Orange Theory Fitness. Yep. They do more like group classes. But yeah, so every time I hear someone say that, I'm like, okay, hopefully you can do more with it than I did. But Marshall's learned so much more now. Just, I think his back injury was I'm sorry he's had to go through it, but I mean, he's just gotten so much better all around that it honestly is a blessing in disguise, I think. Just he's learned so much and is continuing to learn so much.
I never finished my degree, but I took a ton of the courses, and I realized soon on that what I was learning wasn't worth a shit to me.
Yeah. Well, and so both of us agree. We had literally like one class where we were actually in a gym, in a gymnasium, doing movements, learning how to actually squat, bench, all those things. One class.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the most we got out of any class was that class. So biomechanics, all of that, I don't know that I could tell you really anything from that, even though I took all the classes. But all of it, you were just sitting in a chair reading a book, and you're just, I don't know, for exercise science, I don't think we got so much more from the actual experience, being around other powerlifters and just watching how other people move. And you learn so fast that there's not one way to lift, which I think is what a lot of textbooks want to tell you is like, this is the movement, this is how you do it. But when you get into the real world and you see how vastly different everyone is, that's why I honestly didn't go into it, because there are so many different variables person to person that if you don't know those, you're going to mess them up. So I don't know. I didn't want to have to be that involved. And then after a while I found massage and I love it. So yeah.
I think it's like, and I didn't finish my degree, so I guess it's hard for me to talk, but I've worked with a lot of people that have finished their degrees and guys with CSs and stuff.
Yes.
And I go work with them, or I do a seminar, and I'm like, the hell did you learn in school?
Yep.
Like, it's like they want to teach you programming, and they want to teach, and it's like you said, I don't think in schools, I almost want to say their self-esteem is so low that they have to go, this is the way to do it.
Yeah.
Like they don't have the self-esteem to go, hey, you know what? There's multiple ways to go about this that we know all work.
But most of them probably don't know how to approach those different types of people either. This is just the way they know. Most of them look like they've never been in a gym in their life, let alone how to actually teach someone how to move.
And it seems like a lot of them will throw out a program really quick.
Yeah.
But they don't know how to teach the people to execute the exercise properly.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. Mm-hmm. There's one funny, there's a high school powerlifting meet in town every year, and we used to help out with it. And Marshall wanted to help with one of the high school teams after, like, kind of strength and condition coach for them. And so he approached the coach, and the coach was like, well, what's your credentials? And I think Marshall actually ended up writing an article for Elite on that, of like, my credentials are my 1050 squat, at the time, my 1050 squat, my 750 pound, and he's like, that's my freaking credential, It sparked something in him. Let's just say that. So
well, it's true. It's true though. And because I've said from the beginning, I go, listen, I'm not going to learn how to power lift from somebody that tells me he's so dedicated to strength that he's going to study his ass off, but be little and weak. If he really loves strength, why isn't he big and strong?
Go do it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's fascinating how that field is still like that. And like it's kind of like, I'm going to get a fine art degree. Okay, well, what's your job going to be?
Yeah.
And so you're like, I got a degree in exercise physiology. Okay, well, what are you going to do with it? Because there's only so many professors. There's only so many people that are paying for studies. Like, what are you actually going to do with this?
Yeah. I interviewed for a little after I graduated, I interviewed at a Gold's Gym, and they literally offered me $10 an hour. And they're like, but you can make commission if you sell our product. And I'm like, I'm not a salesman. I want to train people and help them get better. So that's literally the only time I've ever, oh gosh, it was, yeah, I didn't take the job.
And then that field's tough too. And I mean, that's basically how I make my living now.
Yeah.
It's tough too, because there's so many people out there, like people don't understand. So they go to Gold's Gym or they go to World Fitness or whatever the hell it is. And they're like, oh, I'm going to pay for the trainer. Well, that trainer's probably somebody that went to a seminar.
Yeah.
And got a certification, who doesn't know shit. Mm-hmm. But you don't know shit. So you're going to listen to what they don't know. And it's, and then you have somebody who's actually highly skilled and qualified. And then the people don't get it. Like they don't understand the difference of somebody who knows what the hell they're doing and somebody who doesn't, because they have no clue.
Yeah. No reference point. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So then after that, what brought you to massage therapy?
So I had been, training, all that. Bodybuilding actually made my back. So I was having back issues to begin with when let's back up a little bit. When I was first powerlifting, I was maybe end of 20, early 21 age. I was warming up on deadlift and spraying both my SI joints, and they never really healed how they should have, at that age. I'm like, oh, it'll be fine. And just tried to keep lifting heavy. And I went from a 407 deadlift to at that meet, I pulled like 319 and couldn't budge. I think I went to like 365, 364, whatever the kilo conversion is. And so that was kind of where my back issues started, and then just kept training on them and training on them and training on them. And then did the bodybuilding shows in 2017. And the posing was so hard on them because the judges are, behind or below you. You're up on stage, they're below you. So you have to arch so far back. And I'm hypermobile, especially in my pelvic region and my low back region. I'm hypermobile. So doing that motion just exacerbated my back issues. And I remember driving in the car and trying to look over my shoulder at Freya and just getting like a zap down my leg and being like, okay, this isn't good. The chiropractor I was seeing at the time, I was going to him twice a week. He was adjusting me. He was doing ultrasound. We did that for like 6 weeks, and he was like, okay, go try to squat again. So I went second set into squatting the bar. My back went immediately back to the first, how it was. Like, it just was like we hadn't done anything for 6 weeks. So a couple weeks, well, then he tells me, he's like, okay, well, I go back to my chiropractor, tell him that. He's like, go get an MRI. I don't know, go get an MRI. So I'm 27 at the time, freshly 28, I think. And I go to the MRI doctor. He goes, well, you have the normal hips of a 28-year-old, just stop lifting. And I was like, excuse me? I am 28. And I don't hide my facial expressions very well most of the time. And so he could see that I was not happy with that answer. And he's like, well, I mean, it's not like you can do it forever. He's like, marathon runners can't run marathons forever. And I'm like, how many people do you tell to stop moving? How many people do you tell? I was so mad. So didn't get an MRI. A couple weeks later, we had our relentless meet in the summer, and one of our friends through there, Becky Wilson, who she's an amazing massage therapist, had her table set up. And Marshall was kind of telling her what was going on with me. And she's like, okay, lay down. So she does a psoas release on me. 10 minutes later, I squatted pain-free for the first time in about 2 years and was like, huh, interesting. And it was like a light bulb went off that our muscles can pull on our skeletal system. Why I hadn't made that realization before, no idea. I've had massages before. I don't know. But it was just that. So literally went home, found a massage school in Fargo, and their next start date was mid-November. So mid-November of 2017, I started massage school because I had my psoas worked. And that's, if you go to my webpage or my website and read my bio, that's exactly what it says. And I have had so many people come to me because of that story. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, that's how I found massage. As soon as I started massage school, I was like, man, I should have done this a long time ago. I absolutely loved it. And I knew going in, I don't want to be a relaxation massage therapist. There's so many of those in the world already. I knew I wanted to be able to like help athletes or people get back to what they want to do. And that's what I see a lot now. I do correctional work, and I'm inside a chiropractor's office, our Dr. Chris and his wife, Dr. Melanie. And I love working with those guys because it's just a huge collaboration. And it's my favorite when also I'm working on them. It's usually Dr. Chris that works on them. And then they're also one of Marshall's clients. And it's all three of us just like putting our heads together of like, how are we going to get this person to 100% so that they can get back out there? I absolutely love it. Love, love, love it.
Oh, so wait a minute. There's different kinds of massage therapists?
Oh, yes, definitely. And even when I was in school, because we learned trigger point, I do trigger point massage for the most part, which is basically like your knots. I just focus on those. They have different referral patterns. So let's say I'm pushing on something in second head of your traps. You might feel it above your eye or somewhere in your head, base of your skull. That's called a referral pattern. So your muscles have common trigger points and common referral patterns. So it's like a puzzle. It's so much fun. I love it. And people will come in and be like, oh, I have shoulder issues, which, that's a very large statement to say. How many muscles does our shoulder have? 16, 17, something like that. And so if they're like, okay, I feel it in the front of my shoulder, I know infraspinatus refers to there. And that's that's my third favorite muscle to work is infraspinatus, because it refers directly to the front of the shoulder. And so it's just like a big puzzle for me, and I absolutely love it. But yes, there are different types of massage. Most people do relaxation massage. But like I was saying, even in school, I would have people that were like, oh, I've been getting massages regularly for 10 years, and I've never had a massage like that. But I use the trigger point. I also use some myofascial. I liked movement with my massage. So if I'm pinning pecs, I'll probably do like a pin and stretch through it. I'm constantly moving them around. That also helps me to feel how tight that muscle is yet. Or if I pull here and I feel that there's restriction over here, I can move and adjust, where I'm working. So I just absolutely love it. And I also love shoulders are my favorite thing to work because you can see in real time what your work is doing. So if I have someone come in who can fully raise this arm, but it gets kind of tough here, I can work through I can work through SCM, traps, all that, go work through pecs. And then they're like, okay, it's a little bit better, but I still get stuck here. Then I can go work through lats, subscap. If their stratus needs any work through that. Okay, now it's a little bit better, but I still feel pulling back here. Then I can go work the rotator cuff on the back, and then they're like, oh yeah, hey, look at that. And then they get so excited and they're just like, hey, I can raise my arm up.
Which seems very logical to me.
Yeah. So yeah, shoulders are my favorite.
See, that's interesting because I don't know, I'm kind of weird. Like I don't like strangers touching me. So
I get that mostly from guys. Or I'll have women that come in and are like, oh, my husband could use a massage, but he doesn't like to be touched, which I'm like, okay, well, when that changes, let me know. So
like I've had a few massages and I've had a few people work on me because I've gotten better with it as I've gotten older. But I guess I never took the time to really stop and think that there would be differentiations of massage therapy, which is weird because I come from physical therapy background too, where they specialize in certain stuff.
Yeah.
So I think that's actually something interesting for people. And so if they go, hey, I want a massage, well, you need to make sure you're going to the right person for what you want. Yeah. And I do see that whole relaxation where I'm like, they're just rubbing them. Like, what the fuck is that? Like that would piss me off more than anything.
Even
I can see where some people.
I can't stand getting relaxation massages myself because I'm like, I have stuff that needs work on. Please get in there. But there's a difference even between deep tissue and trigger point and myofascial release. So deep tissue by the book is literally just relaxation, just deeper. So you're just working those muscles a little bit deeper where your relaxation is just a much lighter touch. So trigger point is focusing on those actual knots in your body and trying to release those. And you release it with basically just static pressure. Excuse me. The static pressure helps to kind of interrupt your neurological feedback loop, which, like when you get injured, your body is going to be in this automatic neurological feedback loop of, hey, this hurts. So your brain's going to send signals like, hey, we need to splint and spasm to protect this.
Right.
So you're going to lose range of motion. It's going to cause dysfunction. So trigger point gets in there to help stop that neurological feedback loop. And then the static pressure helps to release it. You can actually feel it. I always tell people, if you go and push your finger into like a thing of butter really slow, that's kind of what your trigger point feels like when it releases, and you can feel it. Usually the person on the table can feel it too. And the first time it happens, like, did you feel that? I'm like, yes, I did.
So here's an interesting thing with that one that I learned over years. I've seen a lot of people and had people work on them where they're like pushing it and rubbing it and working on it. And I'm like, all this seems to do is piss it off, if you ask me.
Yes.
And then when I found people and learned how to do it properly, and then like I have the pain pill and some of the kabuki stuff, like, no, quit, just get on it and hold it in there. And then what I like to do too is have them, if I can get them to move and stretch that muscle as I'm just staying on it nice and slow.
Mm-hmm.
That is the correct way.
So that's where myofascial comes into play. Myofascial is working with your myo meaning muscle, fascial meaning your fascia in your entire body, which your fascia is all throughout. I usually explain fascia to people, like if you have a curtain on your window and how it ripples down, that's like your fascia. You might have a fascial restriction up here that's pulling all the way down to your knee, but it might be from your back, and that could be one fascial line throughout your body, which is also where craniosacral comes into place, but we can talk about that later. But with myofascial, there's a technique called call for movement, and the therapist puts their pressure, like let's say we're doing pecs, I would put my pressure to go with the muscle fiber, well, technically away. Their movement is going to move me through that muscle. I literally just put my pressure there. Their movement is what's pulling me through that muscle. And the body responds a lot better when you are the one doing it, not me forcing my elbow through there. So I do that one quite often, where I have them move through the range of motion. So sometimes if you're going to come to me for massage, you're going to do some work, because I'm going to make you move, or I'll move you through it.
So what's actually happening though? Fascia is basically the sheath around the muscle.
Yes.
And it's very hard and very strong.
So fascia not only covers every muscle group, but every single muscle fiber is wrapped in fascia.
Okay.
So there's a lot of it. And it's in there kind of like a spider web. Oh, I'm trying to.
So because it doesn't contract or expand, right?
No, I don't think so.
Not in terms of like a muscle. So
together.
Does it have a hard nerve supply? Like when you're trying to release the fascia, are you trying to release it from like adhering to the muscle, or?
Yes, or an underlying structure. So that's where myofascial, you're trying to release it from those muscles so that they can glide better on each other. So
because the muscle's supposed to move inside the fascia, but if anything's getting stuck in there, it's going to affect it. So you're trying to make sure the muscle's moving smooth through the fascia and not adhering or sticking to it. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So in my massage, I incorporate a lot of, it's mainly trigger point, but I do myofascial in there too, because sometimes people are so tight, you can't get to the actual muscle, and I have to get through that fascial layer first. And that's where I'm having them move through it, or I'll do a pin and stretch with them. So it's a passive movement for them. What was I going to say? But yes, I do a lot of pin and stretch. I do a lot of movement with my massage. So
now is this something that happens with non-athletic people, or is it mostly athletic people?
Nope. A lot of times the people I get are people who work 40 plus hours a week at a desk, or they're driving a lot. I'll have truckers, or even if they just have to drive a lot for work, who are constantly just sitting in that position. I'll work a lot of psoas on those people, whether they're sitting at a desk or driving.
So it's not even like an overuse. It's almost like a positional.
But I mean, think about it. You are overusing it. If you're sitting at a desk like this, your pecs are contracted 8 hours a day. And then if you don't go to the gym and do anything to work your back to actually pull your rhomboids and all that, like where they should be, you people that are tight on the pecs, usually their back is what feels the pain, because their rhomboids are just sitting there.
Yeah, they're just on stretch all day long.
Yeah. Yes. And a lot of people, it's a huge trigger for me when people come to me who, again, have been seeing a therapist for years, and I'll work their pecs and like, oh, I've never had my pecs worked. I want to go shake that therapist and say, what is wrong with you? Because that was, I mean, it was at my program, it was hammered into our head. You do not work the back without working the pecs. And it almost causes me anxiety. Well, not anxiety. I've gotten better about it because if you can educate your clients, they're much more likely to let you work the muscles that you actually need to work. So there's therapists that if you go to them and say, oh, I hurt between my shoulder blades and I sit all day, they will literally work their rhomboids for an hour.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you just made them worse. Guaranteed it. Guaranteed. And actually, one Christmas, my siblings, we were all home, and my one brother, he works at a desk, and my sister is a teacher, and both of them had upper back pain. But my brother did not want me to push on his pecs. He's like, it's going to hurt. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So I'm like, I can work on your upper back, but I'm probably going to make it worse. And he's like, oh, it just hurts back there. Just push. So I did. And then my sister was having the same thing. And I'm like, it'd probably be better for me to work your pecs. She's like, okay. So she like yelled all the way through it, but she felt better. And my brother was like, oh man, it hurts worse. And I'm like, I told you, I'm probably going to make it worse. But that was a really cool, like in live time. I worked on both of them, like one after the other. And one of them felt better because I could work her pecs. And the other one, my brother was like, oh, it hurts worse. I'm like, I told you. So yes, when you just work the rhomboids, you're just stretching those rhomboids further, and your pecs are like, ooh, more space. So they just get tighter.
Yeah.
Contract more.
And all you did is fix that knot momentarily, but it's going to come right back, and it's going to do the exact same thing that it did before.
Yes. And yeah, by lengthening them, you're just making them longer. So I usually say pecs are locked short and rhomboids are locked long. So.
And then you can go down the whole rabbit trap of what is a muscle supposed to do. These muscles aren't getting to do what they're supposed to do. So they're going to get pissed off.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the reasons I stopped pursuing my physical therapy degree, was because I had worked in the field long enough that I went, wait a minute, we're not really fixing anybody. We're trying to make them feel better, then we're kicking them out the door.
Yeah.
But we didn't fix them. The movement patterns that got them hurt, we didn't fix. So they're going to be back. I go, seems stupid to me, and I can't do this.
One of my clients, she's in PT school right now, in the Twin Cities. And anytime I hear like a McGill podcast or something, I'll send it to her. And I'm like, you need to know this man. Listen to everything he has to say. Or an Andrew Block thing, I'll send it to her. And she's always like, thank you. Because I'm sorry if you're a PT, but just like any other career out there, there's good ones and not good ones. But the amount of times I have had people come in and they're like, oh, PT just didn't work for me. And then I send them to Dr. Chris, who's a chiropractor, but he also does PT stuff. They're like, oh man, my PTs never did that. Almost every single time I send someone to him, that is what I get back from them.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to bag on all PTs, because there are some really good PTs out there. Yes. But usually the ones that I know that are really good are the ones that said, okay, schooling taught me this. Now I need to go further on my own.
Yep.
Because it's about fixing the whole problem. And like, I'm fascinated by movement patterns. And I think that's why I like the whole school of Prague and learning how the body actually moves and how it's supposed to move. Because I feel like so many problems that people have are because they mess up the movement pattern. And even if you do fix them and get them feeling better, unless you fix the movement pattern and get them to start functioning properly, it's just going to end up in the same place over and over again.
Yes. I've talked about this with Dr. Chris about people that go in for like hip replacement, knee replacement. They just get that. They might have some PT with it, but if you don't fix that original movement pattern of like, hey, you were walking wonky for 12 years, 15 years.
Yeah.
If you don't fix that, you're just going to keep that movement pattern. So how long is that hip or knee going to last if you don't fix the actual problem?
Yes. So. And I really think, I mean, I'm 52, and other than my back injury I'm getting over, and I'll take full blame for that, because that actually started with me doing stone and carrying everything on the same side all day long.
Oh yeah.
And then I I don't know why I feel stupid because it was dumb. It was dumb that I should have all people should have realized it. And so I kept exacerbating it and it would get better. And then I would mess it up. And then it took me a while to go, okay, now what's fucked up? It took me a while to figure out what was fucked up and start fixing it. But like I'm 52, my shoulders are good. My hips are good. My knees are good. My back I didn't do any major damage to my back. It will heal and be perfect just like it was. And I have to go like, okay, maybe I have some good genetics. I don't know. But I've always been really picky about how I moved. And I've always been really picky about my flexibility. And if one side's getting tighter, and like almost everyone I see that has shoulder problems, I'm like, and if the worst part is they all went, I went to therapy. I did what they told me. I'm like, yeah, but they didn't fix anything. They made you feel good. And then you went right back to where you were. And so I feel like most of the worn out joints are because of movement patterns and because people did this all day long and they never went to stretch this out and strengthen the back. So now their whole shoulder, they're like this, and now their whole shoulder's moving incorrectly.
Yeah.
And then the muscles are firing incorrectly. And then you just keep making it worse.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Mm-hmm.
And that's one of those ones that's like, how do we fix this, man? Like most personal trainers don't know this stuff. They don't even know to look at it. Half the physical therapy field is just focused on getting people out of pain, not fixing the problem.
Agreed.
And then you get people go, chiropractors are bad. And I'm like, no, some chiropractors are bad. I actually think chiropractic has a place. I think PT has a place. I think massage has a place. I think all these things have a place.
I agree.
One of my things I did want to ask you about, and I think I know your answer, but I'm asking anyway. Like, and I know this happens a lot in the chiropractic industry where, just come back in and we'll pop you. And they'll keep popping the person and never go, wait a minute, why do you keep coming out?
Mm-hmm.
And I would imagine massage therapists, if you keep having the same person coming in and you keep having to fix the same thing, I'm sure that at some point you go, listen, you're not fixing the problem.
Yes.
You actually need to go work your back when you're not here. You can't just keep coming in every week and expecting me to fix this.
So for me, I get a lot of people, again, a lot of the desk jockeys who work 40 plus hours a week. And they're like, is my back ever going to feel better? And I'm always in my head, I'm thinking, do I want to have the conversation with this is a lifestyle change? Or because it is, if you're just going to continue sitting like this, my hour massage once a month, yeah, you're going to feel good for a couple, maybe hopefully a couple weeks. But if you're not going to try to fix it or go strengthen your back, there's only so much I can do. And interestingly enough, Marshall and I, before he started seeing Dr. Chris, this was not argument, but this was a big topic for us. The chiropractor that he saw before, he was like, well, he fixes me. He'll go in and scrape me, which his chiropractor, I loved his chiropractor. I saw him for a while too. But I'm like, yes, he's just putting a Band-Aid on it. I'm like, if you need to strengthen this muscle, him scraping you isn't going to make that stronger. And it took literal years for him to be like, oh yeah. And then even when he went to start see Dr. Chris, he was like, well, Chris isn't a lifter. How much can he know? But Chris knows movement patterns and he knows what he's looking for when you're squatting. And, if you squat and you go into that lordosis, Chris is going to be like, oh, you can't do that. That's not good for your back, So it still took him a while, even after that, to trust Chris and what Chris was saying, but he's come a long way. So yes, I get people like that though, that I work on the same. One of our friends comes to see me every couple of weeks for massage, but again, he's in a desk. He gets sucked into his work. So he literally sits like this. And then all of a sudden it's been 2 hours and he's been sitting like this. And I'm like, you need to fix your desk setup. You need to get a better chair. You need to stop and take breaks. But he's like, sometimes I can't do that because my work, he's pretty high up in what he does. So sometimes he can't. And it's just like, okay, well, I guess I'll see you in 2 weeks,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but that comes down to, and I deal with this with some of my clients too. It's like, well, I can't do that, or I can't do this. And it's like, dude, you got to stop with the excuses, man. Like you can do it. At least just admit to me you don't want to. And then it's like, you say you're tired of your back hurting. Well, here's what you need to do to fix it. Do you want to do it or not?
Yeah.
And some people don't like hearing that, but even like I'm kind of in a weird position because a couple days a week I'll be working with clients all day. So I'm up and moving. Then the next day it's like, okay, I got to work on my online clients and do podcast stuff. So I'm sitting here at the computer all day. That sitting here at the computer all day is way worse. I mean, it's so much worse on my body. And so what I try to do is I try to plan to go for the walks, and I figured out this little stretching system I can do on a park bench. And it takes me like 6 minutes, and it opens up my psoas. It extends my hip flexors. And so I'm like, okay, I know if I'm going to be at the computer all day, I want to do at least 2 walks to get out and open that up. And it takes me like 10 or 15 minutes, which that's a break. That's fine.
Yeah, that's nice.
You know, and you just got to learn that, and sitting all day sucks. It's horrible.
What are they saying now, that sitting is actually worse than smoking for you? I think that's the new.
Yeah, I think I saw something like that.
The other thing with people always coming to me with that same stuff, I like that I have a team of people that I can refer to. So I have no problem referring people out to go see Dr. Chris, to go to acupuncture, dry needling. I think if your clients trust you, because I think people are worried, well, if I refer them out here, they're never going to come see me again. And I think you actually build trust by saying, hey, I felt this in your, like their cervical vertebrae. I'll be like, ooh, when was the last time you were adjusted? And they're like, oh, it's been probably like 5 or 6 months. Okay, you probably could use an adjustment. And then they come back like, oh my gosh, I feel so much better. Good. So I like having a team of people that I can refer people to. And I think that helps as well. And then just getting different eyes on them. And I've even referred one of my clients. There's another massage therapist in our office, and he does way more just like true myofascial. And I was like, I think you could use an actual true myofascial session. So I was like, go see him. So now she'll go see him, and then she'll come see me for more trigger point, and then she'll go back to him. So I have no problem referring out if I think that's what you're going to help. At the end of the day, I just want to help you. Yeah. And if that's you seeing someone else, perfect.
I think that's a great outlook. I know when I was in physical therapy, like one of the guys I learned a lot from, he was one of the therapists. It's like, I'm not against chiropractic. I think it has its place, just like everything else. And then there's some therapists like chiropractors are quacks and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, doesn't everything kind of have its own like place where it could actually work and help? And like, why do you have to be so critical of every other thing? Yeah. Like my problem with modalities is when I see a guy who has to go through 30 minutes of modalities to squat every session. It's like, you're not fixing the problem, dude. The modality is to help you be able to fix the problem.
Yeah.
Not to keep doing it. You're not doing this to squat. You should be doing it to fix it so that you don't have to do this anymore.
Mm-hmm. And I think Marshall actually reached a point to that too, where his warm-up was so long, and Dr. Chris was like, okay, let's just pick a couple of those and do those and not have you foam rolling and doing all these mobility works. Like let's get your warm up to 10 minutes and then go. You should be ready to go after that. And I think that really helped Marshall a lot. And I think that's kind of what he tries to get his clients to do too, is like, hey, let's not spend half hour, 45 minutes just trying to warm up. Let's get this more efficient. So,
and if you can't do that, to me, that's a sign that something needs to be tweaked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I also wonder, I think a lot about, just because of my sleep and because my recovery is so bad, I talk a ton about overtraining.
Yeah.
And because I've been through it, I'm like, dude, you start overtraining, man, shit starts knotting up, joints start getting sore, like all this stuff happens. And yeah, you can do these modalities to keep you training, but what if you did a couple modalities and backed off for a couple weeks? Yeah. And let your body catch all up and get back into natural patterns. Mm-hmm. And then go back to the gym.
Yeah.
But that's a hard sell for a lot of lifters.
It is. It really is. Especially I feel like young lifters, that's a really hard sell. And I remember when Marshall and I first started training, we were training with Jason Ellard and Anthony Carlquist, and they had been in the sport longer than us by the time we met. Sorry, there's an air show going on outside right now. I don't know if you can hear it.
I thought I heard airplanes a couple times.
Yeah, the Blue Angels are out there flying right now, so sorry. But Jason and AC were like, you need to learn how to rest. And Marshall and I were like, what? Why? You need to learn how to rest and recover. And we're like, no, we need to train hard every day we're in here. And it's like, and they told us from the start, they're like, you're going to hit a point where that rest and recovery is more important than your actual training days. And it's so true. Now here we are. And, Marshall's trying to teach that to his clients and lifters.
Yeah.
So
That's
circle.
one of the most difficult things. It's one of the most difficult thing I ever did in lifting was learning how to back off and not do more, because my brain wanted to say more and I would ignore what my body was telling me.
Yeah.
And I think the better you get and the stronger you get, the more recovery you're going to need.
For me also, when I was younger, sorry, I'll tell them to stop. Hold on.
They're the Blue Angels. We can't tell those guys to stop.
When I was younger, the amount of like pain and stuff that I would push through in a training session, I look back, I'm like, man, that was stupid. Like, why did I do that? There was no need. And I was probably hurting my training rather than helping. Where now if I go to squat and my knee's feeling a little funky or my back's feeling a little funky, I'm like, maybe I won't squat today and I'll just do my accessories. And, but back then I would just push through so much stupid stuff. And I'm just like, why did I do that? But, at that age, like, I'm tough.
But I think there's two sides to that. I think that pushing through it kind of built a resilience and determination and mental toughness. And you were young enough to get through it. Then again, like I look back at how hard I worked when I was young and I go, man, I should have been a lot stronger. But I was probably doing too much. Mm-hmm. But then again, that also built amazing tendon and ligament strength and all that stuff. But yeah, there's definitely a point where if you want to get really good, you're going to have to learn to back off. And I have multiple stories where kind of like your situation with Steve Goggins and Ed Cohn, and these guys are like, yeah, something felt weird, so I backed off. And I'm like, whoa, what do you mean you backed off? Like, it didn't even register in my head. I'm like, no, you go, fuck that. I'm fucking blasting through it.
Yeah. Yes.
And then as I got better and better and stronger, I started going, I need to be listening to this stuff and understanding it instead of.
And I think that's a huge thing of being able to know your body and know when something's just like an actual issue or something that you can actually push through. So being able to know your body well enough to say like, no, this is something I really need to pay attention to, or it's going to be fine. And, once you get fully warmed up, you're like, yep, it was fine. So I think there's a huge difference in knowing
that's like the artistic part of lifting, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Where you got to kind of know. And then there's I did a squat session yesterday, and I think I posted it. And I was like, man, I really want to go for a single just because I want to get back up to 500. That's like, I won't even let myself wear a belt till I'm going over 500. Like I need to earn wearing a belt. And I'm like full in my mind. I'm going to warm up. I'm going to try to hit 5 today. And I started warming up and I'm like, yeah, it's not hurting, but it doesn't feel great. And then I kind of had to go down this whole path of like, Chad, do you remember where you were 6 months from now? Do you want to be back there? Because if you do this and you screw something up, you could easily be right back where you were. Like you've made gains, you've done good. Is it really worth risking this with how you feel?
Yeah.
And so I went.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I went, nope. Okay. And then I still trained. I still trained hard. I just dropped the weight, did a lot more reps, and just really focused on intent. And I mean, it was still a good session. I was still tired the next day and sore, but I didn't hurt anything.
And that's huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, for me, being a massage therapist, I basically can't be hurt because this is my income, I have to be able to massage. So that's another thing where I'm not pushing through that weird pain now, especially like I don't have a meet in the future right now or something picked out. So there's 0 point for me to try to push through any weirdness. So,
yeah. Why would you push through it?
Yeah. The benefit to risk ratio.
I tell people, I try to explain to people all the time. I go, if you think about it, you earned the right to be able to do that. Mm-hmm. Like you've worked hard, you've trained hard, you've gotten as strong as you are. You don't need to train that hard and as often as you used to because you've gotten better. And like when you go to the gym now, if you go 80%, it's probably more than what you used to think was 100%. because your techniques got better, your intents got better. You know how to brace, you know how to root better. I used to train till I couldn't walk up the stairs. And I thought I was so tough. And I look back now and go, those sessions were nothing compared to what I can do now.
Nice.
Like I can push myself further than that with lightweight now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, really, in reality, you got to step back and kind of look at what's actually going on sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Agreed.
And I think we missed that. And again, with the injury thing, I think the biggest setback for most people is an injury. That's what's going to slow you down more than anything. You taking a week off to deload at worst, you're not going to lose anything.
No.
The negative is nothing. If you actually get hurt, that could set you back 6 months or more.
At least, especially if you're still going to, again, try to be like tough and train through it and not let your body actually heal, it might set you back a year, just to get back to where you were.
And if we do, we get that mindset of, oh, it hurts, but okay, what can I do to work around it?
Yeah.
So we're trying to work around it. We didn't realize that we screwed up our movement patterns. Mm-hmm. Now we've created a bad pattern. Even if we do modalities and get to where, okay, it doesn't hurt anymore, now we still have a shitty movement pattern. Mm-hmm. So we're doing even more damage, which eventually is going to catch up with you.
Yes. And something big from the massage point that a lot of people, I have to explain to a lot of people is, we'll just use the upper back thing again. So you have pain in your upper back. Most of the time it's not coming from your upper back. Usually the pain is coming from somewhere else. So same, if your knee hurts, it probably isn't your actual knee. It could be tight hip flexors, tight glutes, something else pulling on that. So trying to figure out where the pain is actually coming from and then fix that movement pattern to help with that.
Right.
Is a big thing.
So even with massage therapy, this just popped into my head. I wonder if sometimes, like if the muscle is knotted up or the fascia is locked down, if they were to catch it fast enough, let's see, I'm going to think about this. So I'm thinking in terms of movement patterns. So somebody's fascia locks down to the muscle. So they develop a bad movement pattern. Mm-hmm. Or start doing a bad movement pattern because it hurts. But if they get in to see you quick enough, maybe that stops it. Maybe they're right back to the good movement pattern right away. So in terms of going, I got something that hurts, I'll just deal with it. It's like, no, just get it fixed right away. Like just go in and get it fixed.
The worst one I ever had, this old guy comes in to see me. He's like 85. He tells me he has this low back pain, kind of like right over SI. And he was like, in 1964, I was lifting a car motor and my back popped. And I'm like, yes, my 60-minute massage is totally going to fix this. Lay down. That was the worst one. But yes, it is a lot easier, which is why I encourage monthly maintenance massages, especially for my lifters. Because if you come in and it's been 6 months that you've been benching with pain, guess what? That's going to be 6 months of compensation from your other side that I now have to deal with, which is another thing. Usually if people come in with like right shoulder pain, their left side actually hurts worse when I push on it because most of the time it's compensating. Mm-hmm. So yes, if you can come to me, I started feeling this pain on last, 5 days ago. That's going to be way easier for me to try to help fix than if you're like, yeah, it's been nagging for 6 months. I just thought it would go away on its own, but it hasn't. Now I have to work through 6 months plus whatever torture you were doing to your body before that, especially if they're a lifter. Now I have to try to work through all of that just to get to, now we're talking multiple sessions and probably closer together than, again, if you're just like a monthly maintenance massage. For lifters, I usually like to do 2 hours on them. And even then I sometimes don't get to a full body, but if you can do that maintenance massage, it is so much easier for me to not fix, but like help your body fix itself than someone that it's been months or years. Sometimes it is years. So,
I mean, that seems like a good point to me. You tweak something in your shoulder, but then your other side starts going on it. And then because this other side's doing more work, now you're out of balance and now your low back starts hurting.
Yep.
And so you're going to have to track through all of that stuff all the way back, trying to fix each one to go, where was the root of this? Where did it start?
Yes. Yes. And oddly enough, I wish I could use her as like a poster child. She will be 70 in October. She has been seeing me for a 90-minute monthly massage for probably 4 years now. And when she started coming to me, she'd been seeing a normal massage therapist before that, but her massage therapist moved away. So her massage therapist was like, go see Kathy. She was having pain with walking, and she loves walking. That was a loud one. Wow. She loves to walk. She's very active, but she would have pain. Her neighborhood's a 2-mile loop, and she likes to walk that 2-mile loop every day. Awesome. Keep doing that.
That's way awesome. Yes.
But her hip, oh gosh, her hip. She's like, I can only walk like a half mile now, and I have to like stop. I can't do it. And then I get this like twinge in my shoulder. So it took a few sessions, but even after that first session, she's like, I could walk again by whole loop. And I'm like, perfect, awesome, good. We're on the right track. And then her shoulder, after a couple sessions, she's like, I don't really get that twinge. Maybe like a couple days before I come to see you, but now it's fine. And now 4 years in, she's like, I'm good. Just do your normal once over maintenance massage. And I'm like, I wish I could show the world, look at what this could do. So it's just funny that it's a 7-year-old.
So then basically, if any little thing happens, you're usually catching it pretty quickly.
Yes.
And you've seen her enough to know that, hey, this is way tighter than it was last time. What's up with this?
And a lot of times she has 4 sons that are grown and have grandkids, but one's in Florida, one's in Michigan, and then 2 are here. So when she goes to visit those Florida and Michigan ones, she's like, oh, I was sleeping on a different bed, so my back's a little. So then it's like, okay, now we're going to focus. I might pull a little time from her upper body to focus a little bit more on the lower body. But yeah, she is literally like my ideal client. Once a month, 90-minute massage. I can get to a full body because it is a maintenance massage. Mm-hmm. I'm not having to put out a fire or 7 fires to try to get her, sometimes my worst one, I worked on a power lifter. He hadn't had a massage in a couple of years. The last time he had a massage, he went to Massage Envy. Do you guys have those down there? It's like the chain.
Yes, we do.
So again, big guy, super tight. He went in for a 2-hour massage there. The massage therapist tapped out and was like, I got to go get someone else. I can't finish this massage. And so he finds me before a meet, and he booked 2 hours, thankfully. I literally worked through his neck and pecs in 2 hours and he was so tight. And then when I worked on him the next time, I think I was able to actually flip him over to work on some upper back. But still, it was so funny. I couldn't believe that they had to like tap out and like bring in the lefty. I can't do it. It was just, I laughed so hard.
So what do you think about stretching?
I think obviously it's different for every person.
That's a big one right there.
I feel like they're right next to my window. So stretching can decrease your power output for, quite a while if you static stretch before movement, like before lifting. So I like seeing people get it with the mobility thing. I think mobility work and then turning a muscle group on is more effective if you want to stretch after, fine. But like for me being hypermobile, I don't want to stretch.
But if you're hypermobile, you don't need to stretch.
Exactly. So me stretching is going to vastly decrease my strength output and make me so much more unstable. So I almost never stretch. And when I was a cheerleader, that's all we did was stretch. The first 30 minutes of our practice was like stretching. Mm-hmm. And I was always, oh my God, I was so flexible back then. But if I did that now, I would have zero stability. So I'm
going to completely disagree with you on that one.
You think so?
I've stretched before 11 and 1,200 pound squats and had no problem.
Are you hypermobile?
I can do the splits damn near.
So when I was
here's what I was getting to. I don't think stretching before lifting is bad. And I know like the Russians never used to do it way back in the day. Mm-hmm. I like stretching before I lift. I don't do it as much now because I'm pretty flexible. I don't need to. Mm-hmm. But I was thinking more in terms of like, I always look at it like I've done, like magnesium gel will help. Some isokinetic work can help. The RPR stuff, I've got results from massaging. I've got results from, there's like all these different things to me that all kind of do the same thing in terms of at least keeping your muscles from being like hypertensive and knotting up.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, okay, they all seem to work. It's to me in my brain, it's a matter of which does the person like better and which works better for them.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times if I have like, I'll have my middle, say my rhomboids will tighten up. I can stretch him and get him to relax. Or I can use a percussion gun and get him to relax. Sometimes I can use a magnesium gel to get him to relax. So it's like, to me, do you really feel like one is better than the other? Or maybe it has to do with if it's so screwed up, stretching might not cut it,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
So for me, personally, I wouldn't want to stretch just with a lot of my hypermobility is in my pelvis and hip area. So that would for me, I think that would create a lot of instability. But like when I go work at strongman events or powerlifting meets, I do a lot of trigger point on them, and it's quick trigger point. They're on my table for under 10 minutes. It's very pinpointed work. And I might do a pin and stretch with them, but I'm not sitting there, leg up, trying to get their leg to their face before they're going to then have to go back and do a stone, whatever they're doing next. So it's definitely different for those big guys. I'm not against them stretching outside of that. Most of them could benefit. Like Marshall started doing like yoga movements, and I think that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But every time I try to do yoga, it messes me up. I can't, my back cannot handle it. I can't, it makes me hurt so bad to try to do yoga.
That's interesting.
And when I was in massage school, one of the girls was a yoga teacher. And so she led us through a yoga class during class one time. And I stopped. I was so pissed. Because my back hurt so bad afterwards. I just stopped. I just sat on my yoga mat and was like, nope, I'm done. But I think that's because of my.
Well, I could see where if it was, I actually had a long discussion with Chris Duffin one time about my flexibility. And he actually convinced me enough to stop stretching before I squatted because I didn't need it mostly.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's like, you could, I mean, why overstretch it if you can hit depth and it's no problem. Why do you need to stretch beforehand? And I'm like, okay, that's a valid point. I'll try it. And it didn't really make any difference in my strength or my squatting at all. But I do still like, and this was a big thing for Frank Zane way back in the bodybuilding days. He always stretched after training. Mm-hmm. And I find that if I stretch after training, it helps me recover a little better. And I seem to knot up less or have less, like I've had knots. If I get a knot in my hamstring, I can usually stretch and it'll relax.
That's good. I'm more of a fan of a dynamic warm up. So if you're going to stretch, I don't think I wouldn't hold the splits for like a minute. If I'm more about like a dynamic movement before any of my lifts. But again, that's for me. Just because, I do, again, I do more muscle activation to get ready for my lifts than necessarily, because I don't need the stretch. I don't. I think for me, again, it would create more instability than help me. So
yeah, definitely if you're hypersensitive. And I'm not against, like, even Eric Cressy had an old DVD, Dynamic Mobility, and he's famous for Major League Baseball and like
cool.
Teaches all these huge athletes. And he's more into a dynamic type stretching. I was asking more in terms of like for the health of your muscles.
Oh, okay.
Like, especially people, like I've had a lot of people with, I mean, I've had some 70-year guys that can't do this. And within 6 months, I got them doing this. I had my one girl had and again, physical therapy. She had an organ transplant. I can't remember if it was pancreas and something. But anyway, they're like, oh yeah, you got frozen shoulder from being in bed. And I'm like, you don't just fucking get frozen shoulder. I go, that's a fucking cop out. And so like, she couldn't even do her hair. Her mom had to do her hair. And now I got her where she can reach back here.
awesome.
And I'm like,
I think for most
but
people,
I've had so many people with bad shoulder movement, and just with starting with simple static stretching and then helping their movement patterns exercise, and they get a lot of it back.
So we were just talking about fascia. So if you aren't moving, I don't think you'd asked it, but I don't think I answered it. So if you aren't moving, your fascia will tighten down and it wants to, kind of constrict. So if you, I think you and Marshall talked about this, how like lions don't stretch before they go take down a whatever zebra. But do you notice your animals, like we have 3 dogs, how often in the day do they get up and they stretch? When they wake up, they like stretch everything. And that's why that keeps their fascia moving though. So are you
so they're still stretching, they're just not doing it before exercise?
Yes. But with stretching, you're also helping that fascia move as well. So
does the fascia actually shrink if you don't move, or does it adhere?
I have to remember that video. There's a video we watched.
One of those way back school things I can't remember.
Yes, we watched a video in massage school with this doctor. They had a cadaver, and they showed you the fascia of someone who did not move, and it was literally it was a solid block about this long and that round of solid fascia. So you can't move that. Of course, someone's going to have a frozen shoulder. If they have that in there, they can't move. So that's the whole point of like when you wake up in the morning and you want to do that full body stretch, do it. That's amazing for you. That gets all your fascia moving and priming you for the day. So with stretching, we're probably helping not only our muscles, but our fascia to keep that fascia moving how it should.
This is interesting. And I always explain this to people. I'm like, dude, I'm doing more cat stretches.
Yeah.
And I go, that's a good thing. And they're like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? And I go, when my sleep is actually good and I'm actually recovering a little bit, I will wake up in the morning and be like, oh, damn, oh man.
Yeah, keep doing that. Even on your bad days.
When I don't recover, my body doesn't do that. Like I don't do it on purpose. My body just does it. But when I'm sleeping and I'm recovering well compared to my training, I do that a lot.
Interesting.
And when my sleep's really bad, my body doesn't do it at all.
Yeah, I like stretching like that.
So for me, that's like when that happens, that's a good thing for me. That means, okay, cool. I'm on a good pace to do this. Also, in terms of fascia, I have chronic compartment syndrome in my lower legs.
Ooh.
And it took a long time to find a doctor who actually realized what it was and tested it. And then so we had surgery to try and fix it.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Okay.
When I had surgery, the doctor was actually a friend of mine, and I tried to get him to let me stay awake, but he wouldn't do it. He goes, I didn't even cut your fascia. He goes, I poked it with the scalpel, and it had so much pressure, it ripped all the way down.
Yikes.
And so now you can see if I flex my leg right, you can see where it's scarred over, but now in my deep posterior compartment, the muscle wedges out. So you can see where my muscle has like this weird little belly in it.
Cool.
And my pressure was still too high, and I still have issues with it, but somehow I've gotten it to where it's not as bad anymore.
Because that can be dangerous.
That's why I quit throwing in college, is because we had surgery, and he goes, surgery didn't work, and I had a really bad staph infection. But luckily I did wound care, so I was able to clear that up. But the doctor's like, I don't want to go in again. He goes, with that staph infection, I just don't want to take the risk. And he's like, basically, if you keep throwing, you could lose your legs.
Like,
and I go, well, I love throwing, but I love my legs even more. So
yeah, I kind of need, and you need those to throw. So,
yeah. So that was why I quit throwing. But yeah, that was kind of my first introduction into fashion, like how crazy it is. But I do think an interesting thing is getting over 400 pounds. And if you see any of the videos, when I first started doing Highland Games, I would take knee wraps and wrap my whole calf when I threw, and then I would unwrap it. Because if I didn't do that, I would get the compartment syndrome would come back and I would get a lot of pain.
Interesting. Did they say why it would keep flaring up when you would throw?
Yeah, just because of the twisting, and now the muscles are all working, so they're pumping up, and it's all the blood's getting in there. But then it wedges itself. It like pumps itself up, but it can't unpump. And now that I'm lighter, my only guess is that being 300 pounds and my calves getting bigger somehow stretch the fascia out, because now I don't, sometimes if I try to go run a lot, it'll act up. But for the most part, I don't feel it like I used to. And my only assumption is, did the fascia actually get stretched out by being 400 pounds and way bigger?
You shrunk it back. It could.
I don't know, because I've always heard, I mean, even with like there's a lot of people out there with the IT band. They're like, your IT band, you're not going to stretch out the IT band. And that's a conflicting, one of the stories that I've never heard a definite yes you can, no you can't.
So your IT band is made up of dense irregular connective tissue, so it's meant to not, like, your muscle's meant to be nice, straight muscle fibers, where your IT band is meant for like stability, so it's meant to be all weird. So that's why I went to a massage conference one time, and the keynote speaker was like, stop foam rolling your IT bands, because it's just painful. And he's like, you're not really doing anything to help it.
That's what I've always thought. Yeah.
Unless you're just, by doing that, you're just happening to affect the fascia around it. That might give you some relief. But that's why I work glutes and TFL when people come in with tight IT bands. And
because I mean, basically, isn't it your glute, your TFL, and your vastus lateralis are all connected to the IT band too?
Yes, because your vastus lateralis is under it. And then those two are the ones that kind of come together to go.
So like the pain people think they're feeling in their IT band might just be where the pain's showing up, but it's not the problem.
So usually, again, I work very closely with Dr. Chris on a lot of our shared patient clients. Usually when someone has a super tight IT band, it's because glutes aren't doing what they should or adductors aren't doing what they should. So your IT band has to step up and be like, oh, I'll take over that. So if they usually start activating glutes more, that'll go away and their IT band doesn't hurt anymore. Same. Otherwise, sometimes the adductors will get too tight when glutes aren't doing what they should. And so that's one thing I've learned from Dr. Chris, is that a lot of times when we get pain somewhere, it's because one muscle has just like stopped working and another muscle is compensating to take that. And it's not supposed to do that, but it's like, hey, your body is amazing at finding ways around things. And he said that about really high level athletes. He's like, everyone thinks high level athletes are like these perfect specimens. He's like, no, they're just really good at compensating and hiding that compensation. So yeah, with that, a lot of times now when I get people that are like, oh, my shoulder hurts, like I'll go in and loosen it up. But in my head, I'm thinking, okay, which muscle is slacking and what do they need to do to strengthen that muscle to help fix this, fix the problem. So
I think most of my lifting career, if you ever watch my deadlifts, I'm usually in pain because we had something in my hip and we couldn't figure out what it was. And I had a lot of high level guys that I know were looking at it. And I mean, we ended up doing an MRI on it. And I had the guy who, I think he was a doctor for the Denver Broncos.
Oh, cool.
But he had moved into town here and he heard about me and he's like, hey, can I help? Like, so he came in and he did this thing where he's injecting it while he's looking at the screen, the MRI thing or whatever the hell it is. And he's like, I'm going to totally numb your piriformis and you're going to go to the gym and squat. Because if it is your piriformis and it's completely numb, it won't hurt. And so we're trying all this stuff and we could never figure out what it was. But I remember one of my buddies had his friends look at it or he was talking to him about it. And they're like, do this test, and this test. And then we did the test and they're like, wait a minute, who is this anyway? And he's like, oh, it's Chad Ikes. And they're like, screw it, those tests won't work. He's like, Chad is so advanced that no matter what test I give him, his body will figure out a way to get that done without showing the weakness of another muscle. And I think that's true. I think the redundancy of the human body is amazing and a curse because it can get us through a lot, but it can screw up a lot. And then if, like you said, if that one muscle's not working and you don't get it fixed, you're going to develop a pattern. The longer you have that pattern, the harder it's going to be to change it later. If you can get it going right away and get it activated, or figure out why it deactivated to begin with, that'd be even better.
Yeah, that's always my question is like, why did it just decide to stop working? Like I'm always so weird, because I'll have knee pain, and like my left knee, like kind of quad tendon area has been hurting when I squat, and Chris tested my psoas, and he's like, oh, your psoas on, like my right side was nice and strong, this left side was like when he tested it, and I was like, why is it?
Why would that ever happen to begin with?
So now I do psoas stuff when I like activation stuff before I squat, and it usually helps quite a bit. So, but yeah, why do they turn off? It's so weird. I don't understand that.
And I still, because I'm such an overtraining guy, like I'm fascinated by what happens when we overtrain. I don't think people, I think in some ways you know how you talked earlier, like Marshall's back was probably one of the best things that could have happened to him in a way. I look at my sleep as one of the best things that could have happened to me, because I look at everything in a completely different perspective. And like most people, like, oh, if you overtrain, it's this or this. I go, oh, no. If you overtrain, it goes so far down the rabbit hole, it's unbelievable. Yeah. And I get to experience that. So it makes me consider all these other things. And I'm like, I think overtraining has a lot to do with movement patterns, and especially when you're talking about the central nervous system. And a lot of stuff can quit working or quit firing right, where it's like, dude, if you just would have never pushed yourself that far, you probably never would have had this problem. And even if, say, somebody sits on their butt all day long and their glute stops activating, well, yeah, they're sitting on their butt for 8 to 10 hours a day, not working at all. It kind of makes sense. That's like the opposite of overtraining. That's so undertraining that it's going to shut off too.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting when you stop and think about why these things happen.
Yeah. So was it your piriformis?
No, we don't know what it was.
You still don't know?
I don't have it anymore. You know what happened? Well, here's another bad thing that turned out good. When my suicidal stuff was so bad that everybody pulled me to the side and had like an intervention, and I had to stop. I had to back off training and stop overtraining to like get my mind right. It healed on its own.
Oh, interesting.
Where it's like when I started going heavy again, I'm like, why don't I have any hip pain anymore? And it's just been fine ever since. It's never had any issue with it since then.
Interesting.
Which leads me back to, again, working with athletes and working with powerlifters and working with regular people is actually pretty interesting. I found that athletes are way more aware of their bodies. And they're more apt, like a powerlifter's like, it hurts, fuck it, I can lift. Like we can get away with so much just lifting weights. But if you're a pitcher and something happens, it completely screws everything up. If you're a running back and your knee's tweaked, it completely screws everything up. So like, I think athletes are way more aware of their body and when something is wrong, and they're more apt to listen to it. Because like, if I can't perform, that's the end of the world.
Yeah.
Like for some reason, a power lifter will go, well, I still trained. It's like, yeah, but you benched like shit today. I don't care. I still trained. Like they're like, I toughed it out. And it's like, what? Wait a minute. What's the goal of why are you doing this?
Star. I don't know what you want.
Yeah. And it's interesting to me to look at that and think of that. And that's one of the things where I wish I could get power lifters to do athletic movements. Like, dude, like back off of lifting one day a week and go play baseball or go play football or volleyball or go swim. Like do some athletic movement and just see how you feel.
Yeah. After your podcast with Marshall, the first one, I went to the gym the next day and I was like, guys, we need to just take a day at the gym and let's go to the playground and just do something. And everyone kind of laughed. I'm like, no, seriously, can we?
No, it's serious. It really like, and the funny thing is if you can get them to do it, they'll have fun doing it.
Oh yeah.
But you got to be like, let's play hot box, or like my thing with the volleyball and the medicine ball, or even, I mean, I have home medicine ball workouts where they're just throwing them and shit, and they all get competitive as fuck. They all want to, who can throw it the furthest, but they're out doing and they're out moving, and then they can they start, I think it builds an awareness in their body. and they can start actually listening to it and like, hey, dude, it hurt like fuck to throw that tennis ball today. Why?
Yeah. Yep. Going up the chain. Yeah.
Interesting.
I bought us a table tennis for the gym. I love playing table tennis, and so does
Like
one of
ping
our team
pong?
partners. Yeah, ping pong.
Ping pong is awesome, man.
I love it. But yeah, I bought one for the gym, and so now we just need to, again, everyone's gonna play ping pong for an hour. So just to
You ever watch the Olympic ping pong players?
I watched the trials this year, some of them, and
Those guys are fucking incredible. And if you want about some of the fastest people in 6 feet, those guys are insane.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I love watching high level ping pong. It's amazing. Mm-hmm.
But
That's
yeah,
not
just to think the movement patterns, the awareness of your body, how good it's going to be for your shoulders, your back, your chest.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like, just move. We don't move. Powerlifters don't move anywhere near enough.
Yeah. I remember I can't remember if it was before or after I had Freya, but a couple of us from the powerlifting gym went to one of the strongman gyms in town and just like tried it. And I picked up a yoke and my knees were like, why are we picking this up and now walking with this? No. And it's just like, oh man, like I think strongman would be fun, but I, went to powerlifting and I think strongman would have been really fun, but yeah, powerlifting, we're just in that one plane of motion all the time. And yeah, we're really good at it, but.
Well, it was funny. I had like I think it was last summer, I had 2 IFL football players. And so every time I would make everybody do strongman events, my football players would beat the crap out of the powerlifters.
Oh, I'm sure.
And I thought, that's actually kind of interesting. This guy can out squat Hunter, but Hunter just picked up a 900-pound yoke and ran with it the first time he ever had it.
Wow.
So that tells me that there's some cross correlation here that I haven't been seeing and focusing on.
Wow. That's insane.
And I had guys that could out squat him, but they got their ass kicked on a yoke.
Wow.
It's that stuff's interesting.
Yeah.
So you were doing massage, everything's going good. All of a sudden you want to get into this cranial stuff.
Yes. Okay. So how I found cranial. Long before I started massage, I worked at a construction company doing payroll and billing. And one of the ladies in the office, she's now a friend, she was pregnant. She had an absolutely horrible labor and delivery. She pushed for 4 hours and 45 minutes and her son came out straight cone headed. And she was like, oh, I'm going to take him to see a craniosacral therapist. And I was like, what is that? So this was 2013. She took him to the craniosacral therapist and she showed me pictures like before. And then I got to see him in person after. And it was crazy. He now has like one of the most perfectly shaped heads. It's crazy. And when he got old enough, when he could talk, he would be like, Mom, my head hurts. I need to go see Tammy, was her name. And so she would take him in to go see Tammy, the craniosacral therapist. But it was just crazy. So that was always in my mind. Then 2017.
Okay, hold on one second though. How long did it take to go from cone to normal round head? We're not talking like one session, are we?
No, it was. I mean, when you're that small though, your bones are meant to move more. So.
Yeah, and they're still pliable. They're not like set.
Yes. So hold on, there's more with that. But okay. So yeah, it took a couple months, I would say, for them to be like really good. And then again, when his head would start to hurt, he could verbalize that to them to then go to her. So 2017 went to massage school. And then with massage, I still have to do continuing ed. And I kind of remembered, oh yeah, craniosacral therapy. So 2022 is when I took my first class and was just absolutely sold on it. I absolutely love it. I feel with massage, I always wanted to know the why someone, like we were talking before, why does this person keep coming to me with this same issue? Yes, it might be a lifestyle thing. They're not moving enough. They're sitting at their desk. But sometimes you get people with just weird, like when people get on my table, the things that they tell me, I hear a lot. I sometimes joke like I'm going to charge you a different therapy pill because, sometimes, but you start listening to these people's histories and it's so much more than just this muscle hurts. So I was always like, why? I'm so curious with the underlying, why is this happening? Why is this continuing? Why can medical doctors not figure this out? Why can PTs, chiropractors not figure this out? And I feel like craniosacral therapy is that understanding and that underlying why. Because, so with craniosacral therapy, there's a very structural movement to it. So I have fun things. So, when they used to look at our sutures, they would always look at cadavers, which, are dead, obviously. And so they always thought that our sutures, once you hit puberty, that's just, they were set. You couldn't do anything. This is live tissue. So when they started looking at live tissue, they're like, oh, hey, there are slight movements in there that allow for, again, slight movement. So, I mean, we're not talking an inch, but it's enough slight movement where if you are trained to feel these slight movements, we can actually move the cranial bones. And so craniosacral works with your cranial bones, your spinal column, and your sacrum for the most part. You have your meninges, your pia mater, your arachnoid membrane, and then your dura mater is that top layer of those 3 layers. The dura mater lines your entire cranium. It goes down your spinal column and to your sacrum. So if you have tension,
as in one organ, say
one continuous sheath all the way through your cranium, down that spinal column, and all the way down to your sacrum. And then they even go out, because your spinal cord stops usually at adults in S2. When you are in utero, it actually goes all the way down to, it stops at L2. I always say that. When you're in utero, it actually goes all the way down to your sacrum. And then by birth, it's to S3. And then by your adulthood, it's, oh my God, I said it again, L3. And then by adulthood, it's at L2. So the nerve roots that come off of there are still covered with that dura mater. So you can have, let's say you get hit in the head, you get hit on the left side of the head, and that dura mater could actually then pull. So it can pull all the way, it can pull from here, it can pull all the way down your spinal column and all the way to your sacrum. And now your sacrum is tilted because your dural tube is pulling from that tension. Does that make sense? Okay. So
no, so that wouldn't be the matter pulling it up, but maybe something in the body going, we don't want the tension on this, so we're going to hold the sacrum up.
It could be either or both. So now let's say you feel that tension in your sacrum. Okay. So you go to the chiropractor and they're like, oh yeah, your pelvis is tilted a little bit, and they adjust you. Okay. You feel fine walking out of there.
You didn't fix the root problem though.
Now it's tilted back as soon as you stand up again. Oh man, how come? Okay. So we, in craniosacral, we work with that dura mater to help release those tensions throughout. Within your dura mater and your meninges, you have cerebrospinal fluid that flows throughout and is like a lubricant for all that, so that those layers can glide on each other how they should. That cerebrospinal fluid has its own rhythm to it. We call that the craniosacral rhythm. And they've actually hooked up electrodes and stuff to people's heads and measured that. It's called flexion and extension. And when the cranial rhythm is filling, it's called flexion. And when it empties, it's called extension. And they've actually measured that. So again, it's not huge movement, but we are trained to feel that very slight movement. And you can feel it throughout the body, even though it's just within that, your cranium, spinal column, and sacrum.
So did you say the spinal fluid changes in pressure?
Yes.
Now, is that the fluid itself changing in pressure, or
it's like a hydraulic system. It fills and it empties, and it fills and it empties. And it does this your entire life. And if your cranial rhythm can tell us a lot. So I usually start my sessions at people's feet. I put my hands on top of their feet. Some therapists put their hands on the bottom of the feet. And I'm feeling your cranial rhythm. I'm feeling for flexion and extension. Sometimes it's off one side. One side will have a greater flexion and not so much on this side. Sometimes it's almost no flexion and all extension. So that's telling me there's dysfunction somewhere. And then I need to, then I go further to find it. But just back to like the dura mater. So the same is if you, like, let's say you fall and you fall straight onto your butt, you could affect that dura mater that's now going to pull all the way up, and it could pull on, like let's say it pulls on that parietal bone. And so now you get headaches. Oh gosh, why? I didn't have headaches before, but I fell and now I have headaches and I don't know why. And it could be as simple as that dura mater pulling tension all the way up the spinal column.
So is the dura mater, does it have a connection to the skull, or is it just loose in there?
Nope, it's connected to your skull. Okay. And it connects to all of your skull bones, including your palate bones. So we can affect that fluid and help to get that fluid flowing how it should. And like this is where, so again, there's a big structural part to it where we use 5 grams of pressure, which is the weight of a nickel. But we use
that's not very much. No. I probably couldn't do 5 grams. I could probably do like 35 at the minimum.
Even so, when I have a kitchen scale, and in the packet we got originally, they send you a nickel. And I'm like, what the heck is a nickel in here for? So they tell you in the first class, okay, that's how much it weighs. So I put it on my kitchen scale, weighed out 5 grams. And then I tried to do it with my hands, and it was literally like hovering, was like 5 grams. But we do 5 grams so that we don't invoke your fight or flight. So we can get a lot of work done when your parasympathetic nervous system can kick into place and you are just relaxed. So it helps to down regulate if you are constantly, this is why I'm curious with your sleep stuff, if we can down regulate your CNS so you can actually go into that rest and digest with the parasympathetic instead of just being in a constant fight or flight. And then it helps with the, if you have too much of that fluid that is stuck in your head, we can help to get that flowing how it should so you don't have that back pressure in your head. And it's just so relaxing. So that's why I was very curious with you. And then we help it to flow again, how it should through that spinal column, through the sacrum, back up.
Well, here's what's interesting to me about this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, for me, my sleep doesn't really have much to do with my parasympathetic or sympathetic.
Okay.
I'm actually pretty good at going into parasympathetic. But with narcolepsy, they think the cause, and they think this because with the N1H1 virus, a bunch of people started having narcolepsy. And so they discovered that we release, there's 2 names for this one chemical, and I don't know why. It's orexin and hypocrin or something like that. Mm-hmm. And that gets released into the spinal fluid that travels throughout the body. And that's the chemical that tells your body you're supposed to be asleep or you're supposed to be awake, and it regulates your sleep cycle. Okay. Yeah. So we had a little clip and edit here, a little family emergency, but basically, so right now, I don't think there's a definite, yes, we know what narcolepsy is, but because of the N1H1 virus, they learned that there's the brain produces this chemical hypocretin, which is also known as orexin, and that gets released into the spinal fluid and the spinal column that regulates the body of this, when it should be in sleep cycle, when it should be in wake cycle. So like the final end all narcolepsy test is to do a spinal tap, but most insurance companies won't pay for that. They're good enough with all the other tests that we have to go through. But knowing that, now it's still interesting hearing what you're saying is like all this is connected, and maybe if your spinal fluid isn't flowing correctly, the things aren't going where they need to go.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. So I would be curious. Again, I sent you the 2 ladies in your area that are like, they are very advanced. Mm-hmm. Like they could teach the classes that I take. Like they are that advanced. So I would be very curious for you to start working with them and see once, even if it is just the structural portion of it, if that would improve your sleep.
Mm-hmm.
The other side of cranial is the emotional side to it, which is a huge component. Now, that part itself is called somato-emotional release. So it basically means your tissues holding the emotion. And whether it's physical trauma, emotional trauma, whatever, our tissues can hold on to trauma for years. Sometimes people have issues from when they were in utero that they carry with them the rest of their life. And again, that's not going to pop up on any Western medical test that they run on you. Sometimes it comes from, sometimes they had a traumatic birth. Sometimes they had, whatever it might be, they can carry it with them their whole life. Sometimes they were bucked off a horse at the age of 5 and they didn't get taken into the emergency room. And now, again, that tissue is holding that trauma. And it's all those years it's creating dysfunction. We call that an energy cyst. And it's literally just this little ball of energy that sits in your tissue wherever it happened. And your body can compensate for so long. So it's good until it's not. And then it can't do it anymore. And it just starts creating problems.
So I'm actually fascinated by this kind of stuff, because I do think that there's something more going on in this world than we think. And because of my love of quantum physics, I know that there's stuff going on that we cannot explain.
There's actually a part in my books about quantum physics and why it relates to quantum physics.
Yeah. So we had, like, my client who had the organ transplant.
Mm-hmm.
I was disappointed that this didn't happen to her, because I wanted to know someone who it actually happened to. But there's like research that people will, and I think I just talked about this in a podcast or an article or something. There's people that will get an organ transplant and all of a sudden they'll start having these memories or a skill. Like I used a woodworking skill just recently where the lady had a transplant. She's never done woodworking in her life, but she got this craving to start doing woodworking and knew how to do it.
Oh, crazy.
So it's like we used to think everything was stored in the brain, but we don't. We know now that memories can be stored anywhere in the body. And so if that's true, why couldn't you have that emotional? And if that now, and you got me thinking, if that emotional stress is stuck in a certain part of your brain that does this certain thing, and now it's messing that function up. And then again, like I said earlier, our body has redundancy systems in it. But the redundancy system that might get you by isn't as efficient as the original system it's supposed to be.
Yep.
So this is going down this whole rabbit hole of possibilities. Like you said, what's the root problem? Why is this even starting? Where did this come from?
So can I give you some, for examples, just from people I've worked on? Like I won't use names, but so I had this lady, I worked on her massage when I started cranial classes. She was super like interested and was like, yeah, I'll be a guinea pig. I have lots of people who are like, well, I'll be a guinea pig. So anyways, I was doing cranial on her for a while and we were having some cool sessions. Then her right hip started hurting kind of out of nowhere. And she was also seeing a chiropractor. I was trying normal massage on it and she's like, man, this right hip. And I'm like, well, let's do some cranial. So when I can actually, it's called arcing. When I look for energy cysts, it is so cool. So again, I start at the feet. I put my hands on the feet. I'm feeling for that cranial rhythm. Once I've kind of gathered how if your cranial rhythm is even functioning how it should, then I ask your body to show me the energy cysts. And it will literally pull me in a direction. Like your fascia just pulls me. And I follow that pull until it gets down to where it's quiet, as we say. And it's interesting because your body will actually triangulate. Like it's literal, like you could do a literal mathematic equation with it. Your body will triangulate and send like ripples. Like if you drop a pebble in a pond and how it ripples out, I'm feeling those ripples of that energy cyst. So the further away I am, the bigger that pull is. And obviously it's not that big, but I'm just exaggerating. And as I get closer, they get smaller until it is quiet. And then I know the energy cyst is there. Sometimes I will feel people's emotions come through. I have felt anxiety. I have felt sadness, anger. I felt happy and calm. but it's literally like when I feel anxiety on someone, it literally feels like I'm grabbing a cactus. It on my palm. It feels like a cactus. Sometimes people know why, sometimes they don't. But anyway, so back to this lady. I start doing cranial. Her body pulls me to her right hip. I go there. I'm sitting down. I get a wave of sadness, and I need to get better at this. But when I feel someone's sadness, it literally I feel it go up my arm, and I just start crying. I can't help it yet. I'm working on it, but it's not like, but I'm just starting.
Mm-hmm.
And I should say, I don't feel sad, but I can feel their sadness. So anyways, I feel this. She immediately like bursts into tears. And as I'm sitting there, I hold one hand under it and one hand on top of it. So on her thigh, it would be like under the hamstring and on top of the quad. And I'm holding it's called direction of energy. I'm holding my direction of energy there. And she is bawling. And she, in that session, realized she needed to divorce her husband. So her hip had been hurting for a solid 4 to 6 weeks at least, and chiropractic wasn't helping it. I spent almost an hour on her hip, just letting her go through these emotions, letting her unconscious and conscious mind connect and realize this. We get done with the session. She stands up, her right hip, knee, and ankle all pop. And she goes, "Oh my gosh, that feels so much better." And so it was her body couldn't push down the fact that she needed to leave her husband. He wasn't abusive. It wasn't anything like that. He's a good person. It's just they weren't each other's people. So as her body finally was like trying to get her conscious mind to realize, you need to do this. This isn't healthy for you anymore. And she was also, her left shoulder was also hurting. That's actually why she started seeing me for massage, was her left shoulder. She's a big tennis player, really, really good. She's early 50s, but she is an amazing tennis player, and she's left-handed. And she kept having this left.
Hey, I'm in my early 50s. We're still very viable human beings.
Oh, she's an amazing athlete, and not just for being 50. Like, she's an amazing athlete. She in Fargo, it's so funny. There's like a hierarchy of tennis. It's really funny. But the lady that kind of runs the Fargo League was kind of intimidated by how good she was and was trying to like shut her out. So she had a lot of like animosity with this lady, and her left shoulder was hurting. Do you know, if I say Fred Clary, do you know that name?
Sounds familiar, but I can't really.
He's the first teenager to ever deadlift 800 pounds.
Okay.
So he lives in the Twin Cities. Whenever I go down there, he's now a chiropractor, but he's also been doing cranial with it for over 30 years, almost as long as I've been alive. He's kind of like my mentor with the cranial stuff. So he was the one who told me our bodies tend to hold male relationships on our right side, and our body tends to hold female relationships on our left side. So her right hip was hurting because of her husband, and her left shoulder was hurting because of this woman. The woman had to move away. As soon as the woman moved away, her shoulder pain went away.
So
it sounds weird, but the amount of times I have seen the correlation between them having a right-sided or left-sided issue, and it is connected to a male or female, is crazy. And I've only been doing this 2 years. It's so interesting.
I'm going to say my first gut reaction as a dude is fuck off. Fuck you. No way.
Same with Marshall. It's okay. It's okay.
But the more I think about quantum physics, and the more I think about how everything is energy and waves.
Yes. We are literally all energy.
Why couldn't this be true?
Yes. And even before I started cranial, like, people that do like Reiki energy work, I was like, I mean, if you think it helps, fine. But I mean, we eat food for energy. We are energy. Like,
we're energy. Everything is waves. It all comes down to quarks and little bitty subatomic particles. So and we don't know how the vast majority of it actually works.
We can guess. That's the best that we do until our science progresses further. So that's the other huge part of cranial, is that somato-emotional release side, the SER, where our tissues hold on to traumatic traumas.
And quite honestly, I reposted a clip on my Instagram of C-Bum, the bodybuilder.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
where he's basically going, listen, if you don't have the right mentality, I don't care what you do.
Mm-hmm.
You can eat right, you can train right, you can do everything. But if you can't handle stress and you have all this negative energy, it's not going to happen.
Yep.
And so I believe that's true. So if I believe that's true, how far of a reach is it to go that why couldn't you hold this negativity in certain parts of your body and it creates pain? And we just haven't evolved enough yet to realize that, oh, I have this pain here. You know what? This is going on. If I fix this, it fixes this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how far of a reach is that in my mind?
Yep.
But there's still the half of my mind that goes, fuck off. Really? Could this be?
So I'm starting to have people who will see me for a cranial session and things will come up, and then they go see their actual therapist and talk about it there, because I'm not a licensed,
And how often? Now, what would be interesting too is to if somebody would do studies from the other end of this. How many people went to see a psychologist? The psychologist said, this is happening to you. They start working it out. And then did that person even realize that now their hip doesn't hurt?
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Maybe they didn't even, oh yeah, my hips hasn't been hurting. And they don't ever put it together to realize that you just solved the problem and we're just attacking it from two different ways.
And they just think it's a happy coincidence. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's something when the first time I see people, I'll usually say, because like in cranial, when I'm waiting for signs of tissue release, like I'll do like a frontal bone release on someone. And as I'm waiting, it kind of feels like Laffy Taffy spreading out, or you remember like the Stretch Armstrong dude with all the, it kind of feels like that when the tissue lets go. And so, but tissue release, we can have like a deep breath in or out. Twitches is a sign of tissue release. Sometimes like bubbles in their stomach, stuff like that. But the amount of times that I'm waiting for the right side of their frontal bone to release, and all of a sudden I see their foot go boop, and then it releases. It's crazy how many times. I don't know why. I don't know if that's again like a line of fascia or something, but it's crazy how many times that happens and lines up.
So basically, we always thought that the sutures in the brain basically kind of healed up like the epiphyseal plates in a long bone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're saying that doesn't actually happen. It's actually not. It doesn't ever fully.
Correct. It's live moving tissue. So again, it's not like huge movement. It's little, but sometimes those sutures can just move slightly and that throws everything off.
So if you say you're adjusting that, can you feel that bone actually goes like just a little bit?
Yes. That's really? What I have to wait for. I literally have to, all of cranial is me sitting and applying my little pressure, waiting for that to release. And again, it feels like that Laffy Taffy spreading out when it fully releases, like the cranial bones when they fully release. It feels like it's stretching out. Or another one is I have to hold my pressure on the parietal bones, and you can feel them move immediately. And then I have to pull them towards me. I have to pull them. I'm pulling them superior. So all of those things, I am just waiting to feel that movement. It's very slight, but I just have to sit there and wait. Sometimes it takes 30 seconds. Sometimes I'm there for 5 minutes.
If you're in terms of like pressure, if that pressure has an effect on the brain, which has an effect on the nerves,
yes,
it would only take a slight movement in this container to change that pressure.
The cool thing with cranial as well, a lot of times I'll close my eyes so I can focus better, because again, it's very slight movements. So I'll close my eyes and it feels like, if I'm following the cranial rhythm, it feels like it's going like this. And I open my eyes and you can't even see your hands move. It's crazy what it feels like.
It's funny because the first thought I think about are the hairs on my arms.
Yeah.
Because it's the most minute thing I can watch, like just the smallest breeze. And if you try to connect to what you can feel from one single minute hair, like if you have a little bug crawling on you that doesn't even push the hair down, but you can feel him crawl across your arm.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, so if my body can be that sensitive to feel something like that, it would make sense that it could be the same way throughout any of my nervous system.
Mm-hmm. So, in the cranial world, basically
fucking voodoo. It's all voodoo.
It is, but that's okay. And I hope to be someday. Like Dr. Fred, he has a family that flies from Australia to see him in Minnesota. And they'll come for 2 weeks and he works on them for 2 weeks and then they go back home. But anyways, so in this cranial world, everything is named from your sphenoid bone. So it's a bone that kind of looks like
I'm not familiar with that one.
It sits behind your eyes. I wish I had a little one. But yeah, so it sits behind your eyes, your temple bones, those underneath that is called your greater wing of your sphenoid. And this is a huge part of what we do. So that sphenoid has articulations to every single cranial bone and your hard palate. And
so is that like one of the sinus bones?
No, it sits behind that. Again, I don't think you're going to be able to see it. Let me take the brain out. Okay, so I got to figure out there we go. So this red bone here, or kind of pinkish one, that's your sphenoid. Okay. I wish I had a 3D model of it, but I don't. But so yeah, it has articulations to every single one of your cranial bones, again, including your hard palate ones.
So they all come off of it in some extent.
Yes. So if your sphenoid bone is off, it could throw off any bone in your entire head. And then your occiput is directly affected by your sphenoid. So if your sphenoid is tilted, that's going to tilt off your occiput, which then your foramen magnum, which everything comes out of there, all your spinal cord, all that comes through there. And that's where that dura mater is still connected. That's going to go all the way down. So again, your sphenoid could be off and it could be causing your sacrum to be out of place. So a lot of my work is done on this sphenoid bone using your temporal area. And I'm feeling
tilt that to the side again. So you're coming in right behind.
Yep, your zygomatic arch.
Okay.
Yep, the bone that comes down. So, yep, that's your sphenoid. They're called the greater wings of your sphenoid. Again, it kind of looks like a bat.
How thick is that bone?
I mean, it's a good sized bone. Again, I wish I had.
Because I mean, even if I go back behind her and push, like I swear I can feel it like in my head.
Yeah, and you can. So it spans all the way across.
So it feels like I'm pushing the bone and it's increasing or decreasing pressure in the back of my head almost.
Yes, and so we work with that, and you can have different. I don't like the word, but they're called lesions, and it just means the sphenoid isn't sitting how it should. And there's varying degrees of how. Go ahead.
So then everywhere where the sphenoid bone connects to the other bone, is that basically like a joint then?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times the sphenoid will either get pushed down into the occiput, and that creates dysfunction because then your occiput, it is compressed onto there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different ways. When I do my cranial session I'm moving your sphenoid 5 different directions to make sure it's free and moving how it should. And that alone, even if I can just literally do sphenoid work on someone, they're more than likely it's going to be a huge change. A lot of people that have migraines, constant migraines, headaches, stuff like that, past concussions, when you feel their temporal bones, it is hard. Like mine are pretty soft. I don't know how yours are. Mine are
like, I mean, soft. If I come up here, like I can push in on it.
Some people, it feels like if you were to push on your head, like your forehead, it feels that hard.
Which is pretty, I mean, there's a little bit of flex to my skin, but once you get the bone, it's the bone.
Yeah. And that's kind of what it feels like. What I've noticed with people that have chronic headaches, migraines, stuff like that. That is just.
Is that because it's locked in or because of pressure or both?
It could be both. It could be both. So I just had a lady in this week. She was on day 10 of her migraine. And I don't understand. I have a handful of clients who are like, oh yeah, I have a headache or migraine every day. And I'm just like, I don't know how you function. But so she was on day 10. And she said at that point, when she laid on my table, she was at her migraine was like a 45%. So it was like a little below crippling, like her 100%. So I offer massage cranial combos. So we did 45 minutes. Well, we did a half hour massage and then I did an hour of cranial. And by the time she left, she was like, it's about a 2
Hmm.
from the massage and cranial, but it went down significantly more with the cranial because I'm helping to relieve that pressure. I'm helping to make that sphenoid move, getting that dural tube moving how it should, getting the sacrum moving how it should. So there's a 10-step protocol that I go through that is just to help reset the body and get your craniosacral system moving how it should. And even just doing that helps a lot. So sometimes I won't even do like the emotional part on people, and I'll just focus on more of that structural. And just like, especially if they come in with a migraine or something like that, I am focusing on a lot of that sphenoid work. And then there's parts that I do on the sacrum to help like the sacrum drop where it should. And again, just getting that dural tube moving how it should. And that's cerebrospinal fluid moving how it should. And not being a backlog of pressure in your head.
I keep thinking back to school when we were doing anatomy and thinking and learning the different bones of the skull. It never once dawned on me that they actually have joints in between them, and that it was like I was just like, oh, they yeah, they're movable when they're forming, but once it's formed, I just always saw it as a container. It's a round container. But now I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. If there is a joint, if I don't move any of the other joints in my body, they'd lock up and it causes problems.
Yeah.
So if there is supposed to be a joint in my head and it should be moving, if it ever stops moving, that's probably not a good thing.
And it's just on a much smaller scale, obviously. Right. But yes, there still is that movement. The reason I got into cranial is because I really want to work on teeny tiny babies. Like, give me them fresh out of the womb. I want to work on them because I feel like we could.
That scared the shit out of me.
Oh, I love it. I got to work on it.
You have to be so fucking gentle. That freaked me out.
So 5 grams of pressure is what we're told to use on adults. We have to use even less the smaller they are. So a huge thing with cranial is your intention. And so before I go into a session, I always have to set my intention. Again, a lot of this is done non-verbally. I'm just basically talking to myself. But I have to set my intention so that I am there present for that person. And I have to be grounded, or I run the risk of taking on their energy, good, bad, anywhere in between. So I have to be grounded and I have to set my intention. And if you don't have the right intention, that's where you can screw them up. Or if you lead with ego and not following their body is where you run the risk of screwing them up. So if we're
getting back into that voodoo thing again.
And I'm okay with that. But until you feel what I feel, it's, and I mean, I could teach you how to feel your cranial rhythm in like a minute. And
when you say grounding, are we talking like electrical grounding or like grounding yourself, like your emotions and everything?
It's a combination of both. So I love going to my cranial classes because the instructor will like lead us through a grounding exercise. So we're just sitting in our chair, eyes are closed, and they'll talk about grounding yourself. And it's like growing roots to the ground and really grounding yourself in the earth as much as you can to help you be present in that session. And again, so you don't take on other people's energies. Because there's times that I leave a session and I had this one, she left and she's like, man, I feel amazing. She's like, I have so much energy. And I felt like a wind down toy. I was like, because she just stole all my energy. She literally just sucked all of the energy out of me. But sometimes I'll leave and I'll get a migraine that night because I took on something of their energy. So I really have to focus on, again, that grounding and the intent.
That's another thing where I think, and I can take the people that have the side of me, fuck off, no way. Mm-hmm. Have you ever been in a room where you feel like you have to walk on eggshells?
Yeah.
That's basically the same thing. Or like you're in a room and everything's cool and fine and somebody comes in and all of a sudden you can feel the energy change.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You felt it. We know what happens. Why is this such a hard reach?
Yep.
And I'm kind of the same thing with you. Like I'll have certain clients where, bartending, massage therapy, trainers. Like you end up being a goddamn psychologist.
Mm-hmm.
And like some people come in, and I don't know if I see it as they're draining my energy, but it's like I feel like I get surrounded by such negativity that after they leave, it's like, fuck, okay, I gotta get back to myself. Like I gotta get rid of this energy. But yeah, you feel it afterwards. Like, dude, like that's just so tired and I'm so exhausted. And like my mentality is not what it was before that person came.
I actually quit a job because the boss had such a negative energy. I described it like a dark cloud every time he came into the office.
Yeah.
And I only worked at that job for, oh God, it wasn't even a full year. While I was going to massage school actually. But it was a dark cloud every time he walked in, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. He's affecting me. So, but yeah, that's what it is. Another thing with craniosacral therapy is the first book you have to read is called Your Inner Physician and You. And basically your inner physician is your innate knowledge of your body that we are all born with, an innate knowledge of our body and what's going on inside of it and how to heal it and fix it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to say I like Western medicine. There's definitely many positives to it, but I feel like a lot of times we're told you can't fix yourself, you can't heal yourself, you need this pill or outside form to help you heal. Not most of the time, not true. Again, there's definitely a time and place. I appreciate that it's here, but I think for the majority of things, our bodies know what it needs. It just needs help to facilitate. So that's what we are as craniosacral therapists, are facilitators to help your body function, heal how it should.
See that I think that goes down. It's probably a little different than what you're talking about, but I think I believe in quantum healing. And I don't know if you know Dr. Joe Dispenza. He talks a lot about this. I believe our body can heal just about anything.
Yes.
If we allow it to do that. And one of my greatest examples is the placebo effect. We know in studies almost always the placebo is around 50% equal with the medication. That means your body, you can have it. We go, hey, this medication works. It heals this thing. Somebody's body can figure out how to make that and heal it just by believing that they're actually taking that medication.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there's a lot that our body can do, but I think sometimes I don't know if it's, and this is interesting to me, the connection between the mind and the body. Mm-hmm. I think sometimes it's just a matter of us going, hey, body, fix this. And reminding it to fix this. Like you have the plans, you know how everything works. I need you to fix this one. You haven't been on it. I need you to get on it. Mm-hmm. And I've had people before I got COVID's the first time in my life it was hard for me to drop weight. And people would always ask me, why, how do you lose weight so easy? And I go, honestly, I just tell myself I'm doing it. Like I'll literally remind myself during the day, hey, body, burn this fat off. Use the fat first. And then I'll just,
like that.
I don't really change that much. And I saw another video with Dorian Yates the other day where he said, I was seriously OCD about everything. And he goes, when I was cutting for a competition, I would weigh myself like 10 times a day.
Oh my gosh.
And he goes, it didn't do any good and it didn't have any purpose. But he goes, now I look back and I think, but you know what? Every time I weighed, that was me telling my body, hey, you're dropping fat, you're leaning out. This is what's going on. This is what you're doing. Like, it's just the captain reminding the ship what's going on. Mm-hmm. And I do truly believe that there's something to that. And I'll say it, all the best athletes I've ever known, the only common ground I can find between them all is mentality.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I think the brain does way more than we know.
Oh gosh. Mm-hmm.
And now if you can make that connection between these minute things in the cranium to actually help it still get there, I mean, like why wouldn't we? Like, okay, I might be able to heal my bone by myself and my bone will heal by itself.
Yeah.
But if it's not set right, it's not going to be perfect. So I do need to go to the doctor having it set. So like, I'm not against Western medicine.
Same.
And I'm definitely not against, let's see what the body can do first.
Mm-hmm. Because our bodies are really cool. they're really cool on what they
Oh,
can
I think
do.
it's absolutely, I mean, we know there are cases where people have cured cancer in themselves.
Yeah. Hmm.
Like, and we don't know how the hell it happens. That tells me that there's enough cases of it that there's something to that. There's something to the body doing it. And I've seen, working in physical therapy, I've seen so much weird shit. Man, I've seen people that are ready to die and they'll die within a day or two.
Yeah.
I've seen
Marshall,
people that are like,
Marshall.
no way, I'm getting better. I don't give a shit what this says. And they get better.
Hmm. Yep. The ones that are like, oh, doctors said I would never walk again.
Yeah.
And there they are, may have taken them a couple of years, but they're out there walking.
They still end up getting there, and people that get better from strokes, people, and I've seen enough of it that attitude, like I could tell by somebody's attitude if they were going to get better or not.
Hmm. Yeah. Or same, even if someone's going to make a lift or not, you can tell almost before they even walk up to the bar,
Yeah.
just by their body language, if they're going to get that lift or not.
Yeah. And even if they're trying to show trying to show a positive attitude, you're like, yeah, you don't. I can see it in your face. You don't have it. Like you're done.
Yep. Hmm.
So I think there's something to that. And as far as the cranial, I mean, I'm going to go try it.
I hope you do. So with kids, though, I would like to say, because again, I wish in every delivery room in the world that, so it was this in Fargo. I'm assuming it's this place or this way, other places. But when Freya was born, before we were allowed to like check out of the hospital, a pediatrician came in and like checked her over.
Mm-hmm.
So I wish with that pediatrician, you would get a craniosacral therapist. Hold on, my voice is gone. That you'd get a craniosacral therapist in there to do a quick eval. Because again, we can help with, they call it override when the bones, like when little kids have bones that are like misaligned, that's when they need like a helmet.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times if you seek out a craniosacral therapist, you can avoid the helmet. You don't need it because we can help move those bones back to where they were or where they should be.
I mean, from a structural standpoint,
especially at a young age,
thinking that this baby's head, there's a reason that the little pubis spreads apart and everything opens up, but you're still cramming a head through a much smaller orifice.
Mm-hmm.
And we know at that point that things are going to move. Why don't we look at it and go, hey, is everything kind of cool? Can we adjust this right now?
Yeah.
And maybe solve something that could happen later or not?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I believe that we could avoid a lot of behavioral issues, sensory processing issues. Not that you might like fix autism children or autistic children, but that's a lot of what his name is Dr. Upledger, the one that brought us craniosacral as we know it today. He back in the 70s actually got to work with the doctor that made the spectrum, like developed the autistic spectrum. And he got to work with a lot of those children. And it was an astounding number of kids that he worked with that they weren't autistic. Their cranial bones were just off. Apparently with autistic children, a lot of times their temporal bones, these bones right here, are turned in too much. So they're putting more pressure on your brain. And so we do an ear pull, a slight ear pull to help, and it pulls those temporal bones back to where they should be. And so he worked with a lot of
Jesus. So what did my brother do to me when we were kids? And he's always yanking on my ears.
Maybe he helped you.
Bastard.
But yeah, so I wish that more parents knew about craniosacral to take them and have one of the most holistic ways that you can help your child, help their body facilitate, help facilitate that healing. So I think we could, again, prevent a lot of things down the road for a lot of children if we could just.
Well, there's another one too, that we don't really know the cause. We have a bunch of ideas. We're still advancing how we work with those kids. There were not too long back, I was reading, because I worked with autistic kids when I was small, and I feel I'm probably on the spectrum of Asperger's.
Okay.
Just because I do tend to spend so much time alone, and I do way better by myself. But the guy and his wife came up with what was the name of it now? Like chaotic world theory or something like that. And they were basically going, listen, the problem isn't that these kids are messed up or wrong. The problem is they're super hypersensitive.
Yes.
So when you yell at them, and a normal kid you would yell at and they get sad, like to this kid, you're banging drums and beating and flashing lights in front of his eyes. So like, cause he's so hypersensitive to it, like he stopped talking because you were yelling at him, and he freaked out, by going inside and going, fuck this. I don't want nothing to do with any of this shit.
Yep.
And it's like, if you stay calm, you're going to be way better teaching them. And it was just kind of like flipping it on its end a little bit. And it actually made a lot of sense to me going back to my childhood and in working with autistic kids. I had a lot of kids where I'm like, dude, I would just stay super calm and I would do way better with them than some of the other instructors.
Yep. So yeah.
So it could be something like this, and as something as much as, I mean, I probably messed up some kids too. I would like put my hand on certain guys' heads and just squeeze as just a way to tease them. Yeah. And like, dude, it hurts like hell if you got somebody with a strong enough hand. So what if their own skull is doing that in a way, you know?
Yes. Yep. And if that dura mater is too tight, that's all it's going to be, is it's just going to hold you in extension and not let that full range of motion go through. And
I didn't know about the sheath and that it connected all the way through the spinal column. That's interesting to me too.
Yep. It's literally one continuous all the way down. I just took my first pediatrics class at the end of June down in Arizona. Great time to be there. And we talked a lot about how when parents bring in a child for craniosacral, you end up treating the whole family a lot of the time, because kids can mirror their kids can mirror their parents. So like if their parents are constantly, up here and they themselves can't get their parasympathetic nervous system to turn on, chances are their child feels that and is going to also react like that. Or if they have a sibling who is always really, really high, that's going to affect the whole family. So a lot of times you end up treating the whole family to help this one child. So it's really interesting, and vice versa. The parents can mirror the child. It's interesting.
So how does this affect the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system?
So your RAS, your reticulating alarm system, if you are constantly, just like you were saying with the kid that you yell at them and they're like, oh, their RAS is probably really high. So that sympathetic nervous system is really high all the time. Cranial is going to help to down regulate that and bring them down to a more grounded normal level and help that parasympathetic nervous system function how it should, rest and digest. And
do they know do they know the mechanism of how that's happening?
Let's see.
Well, I mean, is it just as simple as the amount of pressure on the central nervous, on the nerves and everything itself, or
it's just,
medulla oblongata or whatever?
But I mean, it affects that too. But the touch is so light. It's so relaxing. I always joke with massage that people will stand up from my table and they're massage drunk. If you've ever felt that, where you're like, woo. Cranial drunk is a whole nother level. Usually after a cranial session, people need a solid 15 minutes before they are normalized again, because I'm moving so much fluid around. It just needs to, which is a good thing, but it's just a whole nother level of relaxation. It's nearly impossible to not relax during a cranial session, unless we're doing some heavy emotional stuff. But usually even after that, people are like, oh gosh, I feel lighter. I feel so much better. But just since cranial helps to right that whole system, it really helps to help that parasympathetic nervous system to turn on.
That's it. Because I wonder about that with a lot of lifters, especially super aggressive lifters, and who have the anger issues, how it seems like they have a seriously hard time down regulating into parasympathetic. And if you're not in parasympathetic, you're not healing.
No, that's where your rest and digest happens.
You can get by, but it's not going to be optimal by any means.
No.
So have they done studies? So my brother's angry as fuck.
Mm-hmm. Bring him with you to the session.
I was angry, but I kind of worked on my own issues through my own self-psychology and stuff. Have they done any studies on this have they taken like these people that are just angry all the time?
So the main institute, it's called Upledger Institute. It's in Florida. It's where Dr. Upledger like created the classes. That's where therapists actually work there, like craniosacral therapists actually work there. You can actually go to this institute and they'll do week-long intensive treatment plans on people. And at minimum, you will have 2 2-hour sessions a day with at least 2 therapists working on you, which is basically 8 hours of work a day. And people that go there have like severe PTSD. So they'll get a lot of veterans coming back over, trying to integrate back into the normal world. And they're just so angry and they can't figure out why. They're like, I wasn't an angry person before, but now I am. And that really helps them to kind of fix that issue. So I bet cranial would be pretty good for your brother. And again, though most of those craniosacral therapists are way more advanced than I am, in the level of like cranial, I'm like down here yet. Like I'm not down here, but I'm,
Yeah.
but there's just so many, and especially when you get, it's called multi-hands, when you have more than one therapist working on you, they work together. There's also an institute in the Bahamas that you can go to. And they actually have dolphins that assist with the sessions. And that is like my life goal, is to go work with the dolphins.
What do you
But
mean? Like the dolphins to calm you down while you're working on them?
so you are in a large tank. The dolphins can swim in, and the dolphins are so energetically aware that they will either like nudge the person where they need work, or they'll like nudge your arm to go work somewhere else on this person. And a lady in one of my classes, she went and worked there, and she was like, nothing short of miracles came out of there from what I saw when I was there. And usually that's either a week or 2-week treatment plan that you do. It's very expensive, but it is life changing. And the people that go there are, again, like the very severe PTSD. There'll be like cerebral palsy people that go there, or like severe medical conditions to try to get just better quality of life. And they come out, again, lives changed. So I
do think
recommended,
animals can sense way more than we can.
especially dolphins. They, again, are very in tune with that. So again, that's like a life goal, is to be able to go, and I have to take a class to learn how to work with the dolphins. And then after that, I can go and be a therapist. I can just like pop in and be like, hey, I'm going to be in the Bahamas. Put me on the schedule to work. So, but yes, I bet it would be
So
very
now that's interesting to me though, with the like the guys coming back from war or whatever. Did the emotional trauma like throw off something in their cranium?
So,
Or was it an explosion, or was it something physical that happened to them?
from the ones that I've read, they have to be on such, especially like where they are, they have to be on such high alert all the time. Their body gets like stuck in that high alert. And so when they come back to normal, their body takes everything as 100% threat. And they can't down regulate that themselves anymore. For whatever reason, they get stuck in that like loop, and they can't down regulate that on their own anymore. So they're constantly at this super high alertness, because that's what they were just in for a year. They were out there fighting for their life, literally, and fighting to, if they weren't that high alert, it could get them killed. It could get their buddy next to them killed. So they are just constantly stuck at that. And now we throw them back into normal society. Like, okay, go back to your office job. And now they're
no
like,
different than getting stuck in a movement pattern, in a bad movement pattern.
It's just in your mind instead.
So then when you're treating that, you're not necessarily trying to move the sutures or move the bat wing bone or anything like that.
I usually like to do both in my sessions. I usually start with some emotional stuff, and depending on, sometimes people go immediately into that emotional part of it, and I'll be there for an hour. And other times I'll work on it. I'll be there for 15 minutes, and then their body kind of releases me, and then I'll go in and do the structural work. So I still like to do structural work, because there's such a huge benefit to it, just by, again, letting that fluid move how it should, getting those cranial bones back, trying to get them back to where they should be. There's so much benefit to that. So I like to do kind of both in my sessions. But if I have someone who their body is like, nope, it's emotional work today, sometimes that's all I do is emotional work.
So okay, so can you explain to me that how if it's not the physical work, how is the other work performed? Like if it's emotional work.
Okay. So again, I was saying earlier how I'll put my hands on their feet and their body, their tissue will pull me. Remember the triangulating, drop the pebble in. So that their body is pulling me to this area for a reason. Sometimes I have no idea why. Sometimes they don't know why. So once I'm on that area, it's called direction of energy. I'll put a hand under the area and a hand on top. And I'm just focusing, trying to basically feel the energy move through there. I'm also monitoring their cranial rhythm, which can be felt throughout the body. So that's cerebral spinal fluid movement.
And that's how the fluid's basically moving throughout the body, pumping throughout the body.
Yep, it's that hydraulic pump of those moving through. So I am feeling for that cranial rhythm. Now, if their cranial rhythm stops, we call that a significance detector, meaning something important is going here. Their body is letting you know, hey, something important is going on here. So at that point, if I feel their cranial rhythm stop, sometimes I don't even have to ask them. Sometimes they just start crying, or they'll start telling me, like, I had this one lady, again,
you voodoo witch, what are you doing to me?
Exactly. So again, this is the whole, like, don't take it as coincidence. I was working on her hip, and she was like, God, I haven't thought about this in years. So she's 34, 35. She's like, I haven't thought about this in years. But when I was a freshman in high school, I was at a party drinking and I was raped. And I was like, oh, okay. And she was like, but I had it coming. And I was like, whoa, what?
Yeah.
No. And so I spent most of the time there. So when she was in a full significance detector, so cranial rhythm was off, at this point, I'm just asking leading questions to help her unconscious and conscious mind link up, and then to help her mind body connect. So we call it like holding space. I'm just allowing that to happen and being a neutral party for them. Again, I'll ask them leading questions to try to help keep that going. But I'm basically just holding here. Sometimes what'll happen as well, or a lot of times, is there'll be a tissue unwind. So all of a sudden their fascia will just start pulling me in different directions. Usually there's no rhyme or reason to it from my end. It's just pulling me in a different direction. And that's that tissue unwinding. That energy cyst is letting go and moving, I'm helping that energy cyst to leave the body. So it's no longer causing dysfunction, but it's just going to pull me in different directions and unwind as they're talking about is usually how it happens. Sometimes they don't know why. And sometimes they'll like be driving home and all of a sudden be like, oh, this is coming to mind now. And then they'll remember it. Sometimes they never do. But even if they're not, that tissue unwind is still their body releasing. So sometimes it will link up, sometimes it doesn't, but it's just that tissue unwinding and letting go. And we always say that healing trauma is like an onion. There's different layers to it. So sometimes I'll be pulled to the same area like 3 sessions in a row. And that third session might just be this huge breakthrough of like, oh my gosh, this is why. For myself, one time at one of the classes, I was on the table, she's working on my head, and I could feel this emotional thing coming. And I'm like, I warned her. I'm like, I don't know why yet. I feel it coming. And all of a sudden it just hit me like a ton of bricks. We had to put our dog down 2 years ago. And I'm like, oh yeah, I've dealt with that. I have moved on. I'm good. I've cried all the tears I can cry. I'm good. Nope. It was like I was right back laying next to him while we were deciding, hey, we have to put him down. And it was just like I was reliving it all again. And she was, again, just holding space for me. She was just following my tissues, letting them do what they need to do. And when we were done with that, I took a deep breath. And for like a month before that, I was just like, man, I can't really take a deep breath right now. And after that, I was just like, oh my gosh. It was just like a weight off my chest. It was amazing. And in the hotel room that night, I was like dancing around. Like I just felt so good. But that's, again, just, I didn't know I was still holding on to that. It was that unconscious, conscious mind having to link up to actually let it go. And so I could go back another year from now and I might still have some more to deal with it. But for right now, I feel so much better from that. But again, I had no idea I was still holding on to that. And had I not been in that cranial class, I might still be holding on to that. So if that makes sense.
I can put some logic to all this in a weird way.
Okay.
So let's start with when I first decided that I actually wanted to be a world champion powerlifter. It was called on me, and I've told this story tons of times, where I had a discussion with Dave Tate, and it was like, he's like, dude, do you want to go to the gym every day and deal with life?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you want to be one of the best in the world? Because you can't do both. And so that sent me down a path of like, wait a minute, why do I need to go to the gym? Why is that how I deal with everything? Why do I need that so bad? And I decided, okay, I want to be a world champion. This means I got to get more recovery. I got to get more rest. So I can't go beat myself up in the gym every day. And it was like, okay, then you have to solve this problem another way.
Mm-hmm.
So I took more of an old school psychological approach to it, because I've always been kind of fascinated by psychology, and went down that road with myself. And a lot of times it was going back in my past and figuring out, hey, why are you so angry? What happened to you? It's not just normal to be this angry all the time. And I had to go back and deal with situations. And I use that. I describe it as, I'm going to go back and relive an event that I lived as a child.
Yep.
But now I'm going to relive it as an adult.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to be able to see that, listen, Chad, here's what you felt, but you didn't need to feel that. You were thinking as a child. Now you're an adult, rethink it. And then I would kind of work it out, and I would feel better. And I mean, I did this a lot of different ways. I did it hiking. I'd be on my motorcycle blazing down the highway, just rolling tears. And there's times where I thought, okay, cool, I worked it out. I'm good.
Yep.
I'm good on that one. And then, a year or two later, something would come back and I'm like, oh, I only partially worked that out. Let me rethink it again. And so I think the whole process is always kind of like that. Yeah, you might get lucky and nail it the first time. But usually if it's something that's been with you that long, it might take a few times.
And that deep-seated. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the feeling that you had, and then, like you said, sometimes you feel so good after halfway working it out. You're like, dude, I must have worked it out. I feel fucking amazing. Mm-hmm. But you really didn't get all of it. So I totally understand what you're saying there, and that completely makes sense to me. And I think that's pretty normal in terms of psychology and how that works.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's interesting if you think about, okay, we know that we can store memories anywhere in our body now.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense that these things that bother us in our past that we're holding on to could be anywhere in our body. And that's kind of it's hard to say negative or positive energy, but like that could be a negative energy that you store there.
Mm-hmm.
And you could store it there for a long, long time.
Yes.
So why couldn't it be that, and then that pain, if that memory kind of comes up, even subconsciously, you start having problems in that area, and vice versa. And then, so instead of a psychologist trying to figure out to go through your memory in your past, you're
following the tissue
and the energy of the tissue, and going, wait a minute, this tissue is pissed off and irritated. Let's see if we can't get some energy to it, which spurs it, which then strikes it back into the brain and the subconscious and unconscious. It just seems to me like you're re-engineering from a different direction.
Yep.
And I'm all about that. That's one of my biggest things, and one of my hardest struggles with fitness, strength, and health is there is no one right way.
Exactly. Yes.
And all that matters is we get where we need to be. How we get there is, who cares, as long as it works.
Yes.
So to some extent, all of this might seem completely nuts.
Yes.
But then again, if you really start thinking about it and you start tying things together, you go, wait a minute, why couldn't that be? Mm-hmm. Like, why couldn't that work?
And again, this is what we're trained in. Like, this is, in between the first and second cranial class, I have to go do at least 75 of those 10-step protocols. So that's at least 75 hours in that one field or in that one thing. It's what we're trained in to feel these subtleties. But just to your point that you were saying before, oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, how when you're a kid, you view it as this, but then when you're an adult, you can go back and completely look at the situation from almost like a third perspective, or different complete, and you're like, oh, well, they weren't yelling at me because they were mad at me. Dad probably just had a bad day at work and came home. I was the first one he saw. So you can think of it from a completely different perspective, and your body can go, oh, okay, well, there's no need for us to hang on to this anymore. We can just let it go.
You literally just worked it out where your body went, oh, well, that's not so bad.
Yeah, not so bad.
And now that whole system and memory is gone. Mm-hmm. And when you said being trained to it, like part of that training is just is how would I say? Part of that training is kind of making you aware to it.
Yes.
And then once you get aware to it, now you can start thinking about it and you're contemplating it and you're going deeper and then you're starting to feel it. And I mean, it's no different than I can look at this computer right now and go, it's basically ones and O's that run this whole thing. And I'm going, what the fuck off? There's no fucking way that ones and O's have set this laptop up where me and you can talk halfway across the United States. Like, that's crazy. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But it's here and it's working.
Mm-hmm.
Why does this seem so fucking crazy then?
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it goes back to like the main one. People always go back to this, the slit experiment in quantum physics, where if they take particles and shoot them through this slit, if we're watching the experiment, it's totally different than if we just try to see the result.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
One way it acts like a wave, one way it acts like a particle, and we have no clue. Mm-hmm. Like we've tried to do it all these different ways where it can't know your experimentation must be affecting it, and it's like no, we don't know, we don't fucking know. Mm-hmm. So that leads me to this whole open quantum physics thing of like it's all waves. And I'm an antisocial person, so the concept that we're all touching and we're all interact drives me nuts. I fucking hate it. Creeps me out. But it's true. Like we are literally all connected, and in some way, every single thing that you do affects everything else in this universe.
It's weird.
And like I said, with the eggshell thing, I'll bet everybody on Earth knows that one person where like the energy changes when they come into a room.
Yep.
Well, then how the fuck is that possible? If that's possible, why can't somebody go, hey, I can feel your spinal fluid moving, mm-hmm. and something's drawing me to this area. And I mean, maybe it's not even it's drawing it to you. Maybe that's reaching. Okay. Because I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit too. But it could be that there's a negative energy that you feel. So maybe it's not the body going, hey, come here, but it's you going, all right, this area, there's something in this area, mm-hmm. which still makes sense to me.
So I got an even weirder step for you in this. So Thursday, I was working on a lady. We were doing a cranial session, obviously. And so one of the things is called a thoracic inlet diaphragm release. And I basically put my hand like over your clavicles and then one behind your back. And it's to let those open up so that your sinuses, all that can drain properly before I do my head work, the work on your cranial bones. So I'm just sitting there holding that. And all of a sudden I get this kind of pain behind the left side of my ear. And I was like, And I'm like, do you feel anything like on your head right now? Because again, my hands are just here. And she's like, yeah, I have this like weird, like full sensation behind my left ear. My body was mimicking hers. And I've had that happen more than once. One time it felt like someone tapped me on the side of my head and I looked, nothing was there. And it did it again. And then I went and moved to that spot on their head and they're like, oh, and then they started releasing. So when you're truly, again, when your intention is set, when you're grounded and you're a neutral party, their body will show you. And it is amazing results. It's amazing. I love it. Absolutely love it.
That
So
would be
tell me the voodoo.
quantum entanglement. Do you know
Love
that
it.
one?
I do not, but I would love to hear it. Hear about
It's
it.
basically what they do is they'll split the atom and they'll take the electrons. And I can't explain how they did it, but they actually did this in space. And so they use satellites. If they do something to this one electron, the opposite thing happens to the other one. And I'm probably messing up this up, but basically they can take one particle, split it, and the exact same things will happen.
That's so cool.
Through space, like through there's nothing connecting them.
Mm-hmm.
How the hell can the one know that this just happened to the other one? So like one turns on, one turns off kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we know that it happens. We've studied it multiple times, but we can't explain how.
That's
like
so
somehow
cool.
they're linked and we cannot explain how.
That's so cool.
So then again, if you believe in that and we've tested it, why can't what someone feels or that energy,
mm-hmm.
why can't somebody else feel that?
We are very much encouraged in that first class to turn off our right brain and really let our left brain, like they always say, trust your hands, trust what they feel, but it's letting that left brain, that creative side come through. Because usually we're trying to, sorry, Tova, hi. We're trying to, this isn't normal. I have to put a reason to it. So our right brain is trying to think of like, okay, it has to be this. It can't be this. I can't be feeling this cranial rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even see it. How could I feel it? So it's turning that off to being like, no, I am actually feeling this. It's not just in my head. No, I can feel their tissue pull me this way. And hey, it stopped right here. So it's really trusting, learning how to trust your hands and let your left side of your brain work and come through, because we so often just shut it off, or, try to like let our reasoning side come through.
Yeah.
Put a specific reason on everything instead of just trusting your hands. So,
which I think there's something to. I mean, in some sense, I do that in powerlifting. Like, I know everybody knows how to squat right.
mm-hmm.
If I can get them to shut their brain off and shut off everything that they've learned and just listen to your body. I mean, it's like when I put them in a good morning stance and I go, push your hips back. And I go, now listen, your knees will tell you when they want to bend.
When they want to break, yeah.
And when they start to bend, just keep sitting back.
Yep.
And it's hard for people to do that. And to me, that's simple. So like for people to be able to just completely relax and trust it.
I've kind of been wondering how, like with training, if you're standing right outside the door of the gym, if you just for 30 seconds stop and set your intention before going in the gym, how much better and productive training sessions would people have? If you just literally think to yourself, okay, today's going to be a great day. I'm going to go bench. I'm going to hit these numbers. It's going to be amazing. This is my intention. Like, how much better of training days would we have instead of coming from work and being all like, oh, well, I just was yelled at by my boss and, all these outside influences. If we just literally stopped for 30 seconds and just set our intention for that training day, how much better of a day we would have.
Oh, I think that would make a world of difference. I think in terms of like gratitude and again, some of this stuff goes into this whole like voodoo, psycho craziness shit, but I do believe in it. I believe it works. I have at least once a day, I'll take 4 or 5 minutes and I'll sit and I'll like basically put myself into a meditative state. Nice. And like be as in the present as I possibly can make myself. And just, I have a little mantra that I use, which is thank you for everything. I have no complaints.
Oh, nice.
And I will say that until I grin.
Until you believe it.
Until I actually go, no, listen, I'm sitting here, the sun's on my face. What the hell do I like? This is perfect. Mm-hmm. And usually when I feel that, I'll feel myself grin. And then I'm like, okay, now. And then I kind of go through my stuff of like, is my body healing itself? What do I want it to do? What do I need it to do? Am I grateful? Where am I going? And I kind of go through my things. And I think if you did that before every training session, and just calmed yourself down and got completely in the present, I think that would have a huge effect on the training and the mentality.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my brother got hit by a car when I was in.
Is this the angry one?
Yeah. I had to be in kindergarten or first grade. And we were barbecuing, and my dad's like, shoot, we don't have buns. And my brother's like, please, will you let me ride up to the 7-Eleven to buy buns? I'll get them. And my dad's like, okay, yeah. And so he took off. And then a little while later, my dad's like, oh shit, your brother's been in an accident.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, what? And so we heard the ambulance, and he went up, and my brother got hit.
Really?
And went through the windshield of the car.
Oh,
And
wow.
still to this day, I'm like, how the hell? I mean, even if he heard the ambulance, he didn't. Why would you jump to that conclusion?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so I do believe that there's shit that goes on in this world that we don't understand. And sometimes it's so strong that it just hits us without us thinking about it.
That's crazy. That is. You should, is your brother by you, or where does he live?
I think he's in Wyoming somewhere now.
On the upload.
He doesn't talk to me at this moment in time, which is nothing new between us, but.
Gotcha. On the Upledger Institute, you can actually, there's a button that says find a therapist, and you can just put in your city and state, and they will pull up all the available ones in your area. That's how I found the 2 for you, or in your area. So he could look, I mean, they're all over. He could, if it'd be something he'd be willing to try, he could try that.
That would be interesting. It would be interesting to see if he would even be willing to try it.
And even if you
at this point, I'll pretty much try anything. Although, I mean, depending on what it is, I might go in a little skeptic. But at the same point, I one of the things I've realized in life is that, and this sucks for me because I'm like this logical dude. I can never actually know what's right or wrong. I can just do the best I can.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to, when you stop and think about it, it's hard to coach someone when you're like, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I prefer to think I could be right. But I mean, at the same point, it's like, I know so many of the strongest guys in the world that all got there differently. So when you come to me, I'm not guaranteeing I can get you there. I'm guaranteeing that I have enough knowledge and I'm hard-headed enough that I can eventually figure, if we team together, I can guide you to where you want to be. Mm-hmm. But I can't guarantee you this is the program you need. This is what you need to do. Like, I need to get to know you. I need to see you in training. I need to see your personality. And maybe the only thing that's holding you back is your personality. Like, maybe I need to get you to have confidence in yourself, and that's how you're going to be successful. It's not the fucking program.
But I think that makes you a better coach, because if you were so ego driven that you're like, my way is the only way, how many people would you actually be able to help? So I think that's a good thing that you are able to realize that I don't know everything. I might be wrong, and it's okay if I am, but I think that makes you a better coach, actually.
And if you think about it, if you go back to all the greatest achievements in this world, all the greatest inventions, it's people that went completely against what was conventional.
Against the grain, yeah.
So the whole time I'm doing this, I'm like, well, this is what I know. This is what I think. But if I completely shut off everything I don't believe in, how many opportunities am I missing?
Yeah.
Like, I have to stay open to anything that's out there. Mm-hmm. And to go, like, again, with the modality things, there's some modalities that I like. There's some that I go, come on. Mm-hmm. But then I see it work on certain people. So I'm like, how can I can't completely cancel it out. Yep. I have to consider it. Even like Holdsworth's RPR stuff. I'm like, this is kind of pressure point, like old Oriental stuff. Mm-hmm. But I've seen it work too. So
I have a story, if you don't mind, with just the weird stuff. So a couple of years ago, I had like a little bout of like vertigo, just like nothing bad, but just like would lay down to bench and the ceiling would start moving, I'm just like, that's not normal. Stand up and almost fall over, but not like I could still drive and all that. So that week I had gotten adjusted like 3 times. Like my occiput kept going out of place, and the chiropractor thought that's maybe why I was having that vertigo. So go down to the Twin Cities and I go to see Dr. Fred. And I tell him, I walk into his adjustment office or his chiropractic office and tell him, yeah, I've been having a little bit of vertigo, been adjusted a few times. And he literally just like looks me up and down and he goes, your heart and your aorta are out of rhythm, lay down. And I was like, what? Okay. So I lay down on his treatment table and he's pushing like a little above my heart. And then he's pushing under my xiphoid process. And that's all he's doing. He'll like tap a little bit here, push here. Then he moves to my sternum, taps a little bit here. And he's like, okay, you're good. I stood up, had no vertigo, haven't had it since. I have no idea what he did. No idea yet what he did. I'm hoping that I learn that someday.
So he completely diagnosed you just from looking at you.
Yes, he literally just looked me up and down and he goes, your heart and aorta are out of rhythm, lay down. And yep, then I would love to know what he did. One of these times I'll have to ask him. But yeah, he literally, and it was maybe 2 minutes worth of work, maybe. And he was just like pushing above my heart. Then he'd go to like my sternum. Then he's pushing under my xiphoid process. And then he pushed back over here. And then he was like, okay, you're good. And I stood up and was like,
I would be so curious to know how he knew that.
You should get him on your podcast. He just with all of his, I mean, he's been powerlifting since 1980. And then all of the different tools that he has in his toolbox for cranial and adjusting.
Hey, if he'll come on, I'd love to have him on. That would be interesting to me.
He has his own podcast as well, but I can get you guys in touch. But yeah, so just the weird things that he's helped me with that, again, no medical test is going to show that, you can't see that in an MRI. You can't see that on a CAT, it's just a trained professional in that.
They could probably tell in an EKG though.
Maybe. Yeah. But what are they going to do? How do they fix that?
They're probably going to try to reshock your heart and get them to line up in the same rhythm again. Which again, to me is like, what did he, was it an energy thing? Was it a tapping thing? Was it a pressure thing?
He's done other tapping things on me and it's worked and it really bugged Marshall. I, again, was having some like left knee pain and it ended up being attached to a female relationship in my life. And it was affecting my squatting. And so I'm laying down telling him about this. And he's literally just tapping on the outside of my knee and kind of like by my greater trochanter, just tapping as I'm talking, not doing anything else. That was on a Friday. Monday, I went to squat and I was like looking for pain. I'm like, I know you're going to be there. Where are you going to be? I didn't have any pain. And it got me like 2 months until my meet. I didn't have any knee pain anymore after that. And I had horrible knee pain before I squatted. And I told Marshall this a couple weeks after because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just a one-time fluke. And he was like, oh, why can't it just be that he adjusted your hips and you're fine? And I'm like, he didn't touch my hips. He didn't even adjust my neck.
He doesn't like it because he doesn't understand it.
Yes. And he literally like,
which I feel his pain on that one. All my first thoughts are like, no, I got to figure this out. Like I got to get this in my fucking head.
So
I've spent nights awake. Like sometimes my sleep is my own fault, and I fully admit that. I've spent nights awake trying to grasp my struggles with understanding black holes.
Oh gosh.
Just because I want to understand it. And like all this, that's why I love quantum physics, because I don't understand it and I really, really, really want to.
You know who you need to have on your podcast to talk about this stuff? It will be like a 10-hour podcast between you two. Walter, our buddy Walter, he loves the quantum physics, black hole, all of that stuff. I love when he comes, like when we get to talk, because we talk a lot about it and it's so interesting. But you should write that name down, Walter. I'll get you in touch with him.
Oh yeah, I'll watch like a program and I'll come up with something and I go, mention it. And they never mention it. So the whole night I'm thinking, what if I'm right? What if I just solve this whole fucking thing? And I'm trying to get it to work out in my head, and it's like, I love that shit.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'll be curious. I'm hoping you really go to one of those two craniosacral therapists. I'm really curious to see if you notice, and even if it doesn't even if that's not the reason that your sleep gets better, maybe it helps something else that allows your sleep to get better. Like it's a second down the trail type of
Well,
benefit.
I think about that all the time because there's times in my life it's kind of a catch-22 for me, because when my sleep gets good, everything's better. Like literally everything is better when even if I can get 20 minutes of deep sleep, an hour and a half of REM sleep, but actually get like 6 hours of sleep, which is still not even close to enough. Like my whole world changes. Like my vision's better, my mind's clearer. I'm a more positive person. I don't get stuck on trivial stuff that I get stuck on when I'm really bad. And so it's like I really think that I don't think it's this major thing. Okay. I think it's one of those things where it's like something's just got to click and it's going to be fine. I just got to figure out what that click is. There's one piece that I haven't put together, and like when things are going really good, like I had a spell probably a year and a half ago where, man, I was getting consistent 6 hours a night. And I still wasn't getting much deep sleep. It was only about 10 minutes average a night, but that was better. And things were going pretty good. And I was recovering. You know, I didn't train as much as anyone else, but I was training pretty consistent and pretty happy. And then like my brain starts clearing up and I see things better. So then I spend more time like meditating and convincing myself at night to sleep, which again helps more and more. And it's like I'm like stuck in this snowball effect of like, God, if I could just get this one thing to go, then everything else will go so much better. And it's really weird. So another thing I wanted to think though is with the tapping and touching thing, it's really interesting with me because when I'm teaching people movements and stuff, and especially if like one of my big ones is you get an older person who has been hunched over for so many fucking years and you try to get them to scapular retract and they actually cannot flex their rhomboids or their mid and low traps. But if you start tapping them, and sometimes even if you just touch them, they'll be able to move it.
Yep.
Like I've had clients where the first month, every time we do scapular retraction, I have to tap on it. Otherwise they can't do it.
I liked that from you when you were talking with Marshall on your kind of second one. I liked that. And that's actually what helped me learn how to use my lats, like flex my lats. Someone had to be like, no, here. And because I feel like lats is one of the hardest things to try to get tight and stay tight. I
think we learn through bodybuilding that your lats do this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then to actually use them, what they're made for to pull down is like a weird movement.
Yep.
But then again, my logical brain goes, it's proprioception, Chad. It totally makes sense.
Yeah.
But then the other part of my brain goes, what if it is the energy from my fingers to that's helping them flex, that's spurring that muscle to actually fire? Mm-hmm. It could be. Because I've done it. Tapping seems to work better, but I've had it where just touch that muscle and they'll be able to fire it better.
Enough for that mind-body connection then.
Yeah.
Before I forget, I have to ask you a question. So I've heard you talk or say many times that when your insomnia was at its worst, you went 2 weeks without sleeping. Mm-hmm. Does that mean like you had no naps, no nothing? Like, were you just literally awake for 2 full weeks, or was that like some little like?
No, I was awake.
Because I was listening to a Joe Rogan.
They say it's not possible.
I sent you, yeah. I think it was the one I sent you on sleep where they were like, oh, some person tried to break the like being awake record, and it was like 3 days, and I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, no, most people will tell you that's not possible.
And you're like, hi.
And I go, but you guys didn't have practice.
You're like,
I'm serious.
In the opposite way.
Remember when the Bigger, Faster, Stronger came out?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm friends with Mark and Chris, and I have a little clip in there. So they invited me to come down to the world premiere of it in Hollywood. And I like one of my buddies is a big movie guy and he makes like low budget movies. And I go, hey, do you want to come to this fucking thing? I go, you probably like it. And he's like, hell yeah, let's do it. But neither of us had much money. And I'm like, dude, all we need is a rental car. I go, we're only going to be down there like 3 days. And he goes, where are we going to sleep? I go, it's 3 fucking days. Who needs to sleep, man? We're going to go to fucking Gold's Gym. All those places have showers. Like, why do we need to fucking sleep? And so for me at that point, it was like being awake 2 or 3 days. That's like piece of cake, dude. That's nothing.
That is
And so we ended up, he's like, dude, you gotta let me sleep. You gotta let me sleep. So we went like Denny's and I ate and he slept in the car.
That's crazy.
But I mean, what I would do is I would kind of play a game with myself and I would see how long can I lay in bed and not move anything. And so, because I'm like, hey, if I'm not moving, maybe my body can still heal and do what it needs to do in a different route. So I would do that for as long as I could. Sometimes I would get up. There was a lot of times because I used my photography a lot to deal with the depression and stuff. So there's a lot of times where I would come home, train, eat dinner, and there was a point where if I saw a mattress, I would get anxiety. Like just seeing a mattress would give me anxiety, or a bed. So I would come home, eat, and then I would pack up my photography bag and I would go shoot photography all night long.
Oh, wow. And
then I would come home, shower, and go to work. And I would do that for a few nights in a row. And then I'd be like, all right, maybe tonight I can sleep some. Oh my gosh. And so like it was normal to be awake for 2 or 3 days. That was just average for me. Oh my gosh. And they say you can't do it. And I'm like, but I did it. I'm not saying I wasn't crazy. I'm not saying a lot of weird shit didn't happen, but I mean, you get to the point where you start seeing stuff, but you're also still cognitive enough to go, that wasn't real.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
And my vision gets really bad. Simple math gets extremely hard. Your memory's toast.
Okay,
there's ways around all of that stuff.
Okay, I'm curious, and if you need to cut this out, that's fine. But have you tried mushrooms or anything like that?
Yes.
Did it help at all?
No.
No? You just see more weird stuff?
No, it actually didn't work.
Really?
No, we started out really low and we titrated enough. At one point, I just got sick and I just felt like crap, but the mushrooms never made me see stuff. We did GHB is the one thing that's prescribed for narcolepsy, but it's the date rape drug. And the company that found out, hey, we can market this as narcolepsy. So then we get a patent. So we're going to charge $50,000 a year for a street drug. So I went around the system and got my own GHB and started small and titrated it up. The last day I took it, I took 14 grams, and 7 can kill you. And I stayed up and watched TV all night.
Oh my gosh.
The first time I couldn't do certain drugs because I had my CDL.
Okay, yeah.
So when I finally started one of my other businesses and quit my CDL job, I decided I would try pot because everybody's like, try pot, try pot, try pot. My brother's so excited that he gets to get stoned with me. And I think I smoked like 4 joints. And he's like, dude, do you feel anything? And I go, what? Am I supposed to feel something?
Oh my gosh.
Because I don't feel shit. And then I finally had a friend who was the dabs, the oil. Mm-hmm. And I took a bunch of hits off that. And he's like, do you feel anything? And I go, no. And he goes, do more. Just did a whole bunch of it. And then finally it hit me. And I'm like, dude, this feels like I'm drunk. This feels like a buzz. They go, this sucks. That's why I don't drink. I don't like this. And so I've never found anything that did anything. And then when I had a friend who, I can't say his name because he wasn't fully licensed yet, but he had access to a lot of different stuff. And he made me a deal that he would send me stuff as long as I titrated it to what he said. So I'm like, okay, I give you my word, dude. I won't take any more than what you say. I go, but we may talk and I may want to take more. And so we went through a bunch of different psychotic drugs and all these different drugs. And the only one that worked was Seroquel, which is for not dementia, schizophrenia. And he's like, dude, in the medical facilities, we give people this just to knock them out. If they're crazy, batshit crazy, we just to knock them out. And so it actually did. If I took enough, it would knock me out. But knocking you out is not restful sleep. But it was
Yeah.
better than nothing. So I ended up taking that for a long time, and then I was like, man, this stuff has horrible side effects.
Yeah.
My ex-wife was like, that stuff's not good for you. She goes, you're different in the days you take that. And of course, I was like, no, I'm not. What the hell are you talking
Yeah.
about? But
Yeah.
eventually I got off that too, because I'm like, this is just not good for me. And it's not real sleep anyway.
Mhm.
So I've tried just about every sleep drug that's out there.
Oh,
And
man,
I have, even with surgeries and stuff, they usually have a hard time knocking me out. When I
oh
have work done on my teeth, it usually either I go through it really fast or it doesn't work. Like I've had cavities where they're like, can you feel this? And I'm like, yeah. So hurry it up and get it done. They're like, oh shit, okay.
It's interesting because Marshall's the same way with pain meds. Like they don't really work for him. So I'm curious. Like, hopefully, yeah. I cannot. I really want you. I wish you could go try cranial like right now. Like I'm so
I
curious.
seriously think, I mean, I've overcome so many things in my past that to me, it's just a matter of like, I seriously think I can fix it if I can figure out what it is. If I can tell my body what it needs to fix exactly, it can
Mhm.
fix it.
And
But
maybe the craniosacral therapist would be that link.
well,
So
no,
you're
that's what I think. Maybe
yeah.
I mean, maybe it is as simple as something's blocked up. Maybe my spinal fluid isn't flowing the way it's supposed to, or I mean, who knows? I just knowing me, it's nothing major. It's some weird little thing, and
Have
it's
you
just
and
a matter of hitting it.
you've always had the sleep issues as long as you
No,
can remember? When did it start?
around fifth grade.
Do you know what happened?
No,
You can't remember any physical traumas,
no,
nothing where
it happened somewhere around fifth grade, and the only reason I know that is because I could no longer stay awake in class. And we moved back to Missouri when I was in fifth grade, which was the only real difference. But I don't remember. I went to a bunch of schools when I was a kid, and I'm deathly shy. So every time starting a new school was huge traumatic to me.
that
So that was no different than any other time I changed to a different school.
okay.
Um, Not saying that couldn't be. I could be holding on to something I don't remember.
Well, it's interesting because that's when Marshall says that like his anxiety and panic attacks started because he grew up in a small town, North Dakota, until he was in sixth grade. Then they moved to Spencer, Iowa, which is where he graduated high school. But he said that's when his panic and anxiety started was when he moved to a completely new place, small town. And not that Spencer, Iowa was huge, but that's I didn't realize that you guys had,
I mean, I
you
always
guys
thought, well, okay, that's kind of around puberty too. So I'm like, I wonder
yeah,
if
huge.
when something happened there, some chemical or hormone thing got tweaked.
Mhm.
And I mean, it was interesting. Like when I read about the N1H1 and people started showing up with narcolepsy from getting the virus,
It's weird. Weird.
but it just never seemed. I mean, because most of my life I didn't know I had sleep issues. I thought I was being a pussy.
Really?
Yeah, like I didn't know. I was awake all night. I couldn't stay awake in school, and I just thought, well, you got to toughen the fuck up, man. What's your problem? And
When
like,
did you realize that wasn't normal?
oh, I was like 33 or something.
Oh my God. Jeez.
And like I had people would, well, what happened is I ended up getting, that was when I was getting bigger for powerlifting. So I ended up getting apnea too. And I literally fell asleep at a stop sign and I went, oh shit, like I'm going to hurt somebody. I got to get this figured out. And so we figured out it was apnea. That was easy enough to fix with the CPAP. And then we found all these other problems.
Did you go in
And
and do an actual sleep study, like to
yeah,
the
I've had
hospital?
like five of them, I think, five or six of them.
What do they say about him?
I
Like, is
don't
it
get
or is it just the
I
apnea?
I don't get deep sleep. I wake up all night long. My sleep cycles are just completely insane. So that's when they started. We did the blood test. Hey, you probably have narcolepsy. Then we did the MSLT test. Hey, you definitely have narcolepsy. And I mean, I've had two doctors that sat me down and went, Chad, there's nothing we can do. Like we don't
Can
know.
Can you explain, because I was trying to do a little research on it to be a little bit, better of a conversationist, but can you explain how like the insomnia and narcolepsy work together? Like how you have narcolepsy, but insomnia is still a part of that?
I don't think they necessarily are linked together,
Okay.
because right now I haven't had a narcolepsy episode in probably 12 years.
Okay.
No, I mean, I haven't had I haven't had an insomnia. I haven't had a full night of insomnia in like 12 years.
Okay.
I think the insomnia was more of a link of the exhaustion of the narcolepsy and the training and everything else I did, where my central nervous system was so screwed up and so fried that I was in I was in fight or flight the whole time.
Yeah. Oh man, I just want you to.
Because it definitely, it's like this huge exacerbating problem, because you can't get good sleep. So like at worst, I mean, you figure I don't want to say I haven't had 8 hours of sleep, because I have, but I've had 3 nights, I think it's 3 or 4 nights in the past 20 years where I actually slept a good normal 8 hours. And they were, every one of them, I remember at least 3 of them. It was so insane to me, like absolutely crazy insane. Like you wake up in the morning and you're like, I'm literally in the shower and I can like feel my muscles and I'm like, oh my God, like I feel fucking amazing, man. And I'm like, my muscles feel full and my joints feel great. And I'm like, what the fuck? And like, all I can think is I would rule the world if I slept like this every night.
God, what? Nothing. I could do anything. That's so funny.
Yeah, and it's like this is so you feel your brain feels great and you're thinking it's clear and your sight's clear and like it's just incredible. It's absolutely fucking incredible. And so it happened 2 nights because of this sleep supplement.
Mm-hmm.
But every time I've taken it since then, it's worked twice out of like 10 bottles, which I don't know. And in the other one, it was the last day of my Thanksgiving break. And I actually didn't do anything the whole Thanksgiving break, but like sleep. I would get up to watch TV, eat, and go back to bed. So the last day I got up at like 6 a.m. and my buddy called me at 7 and he's like, why are you answering the fucking phone? And I go, I don't know. I woke up at 6 and I actually wasn't tired. I said, I actually felt good. And I got up. I go, right now I'm pouring Atlas stones because I had the molds for Slantner stones and I had them for a long time. And I'm like, I'm going to go pour those stones today. And he's like, what the fuck, dude? He goes, I just called to leave you a message. Like, why? What the fuck? Why are you answering the phone, man?
That's so funny.
And I'm like, I don't know. Like, because to me, like every morning is really, they're pretty rough actually, where it's like every morning I have a little chat with myself and remind myself how awesome my life is and how great things are. And like, you'll be fine. Just get up, just get going,
So it's interesting because as long as I can remember, I have always had troubles falling asleep. And like this thought of falling asleep in a perfectly silent room literally gives me anxiety. But I grew up out in the country, so I didn't have like, traffic noise or anything like that. I didn't have a TV in my room or anything like that. So it was literally just me laying in bed in a completely dark room trying to fall asleep. But I remember, and it even happens now, like if the AC was running and it stopped before I was fully asleep, that would wake me up, or vice versa. If it wasn't on and then it turned on, it would wake me up. And now, like if we have our dryer going and it turns off, that'll wake me up. But Marshall's been pushing me the last couple of months to like try to get my sleep figured out. So did you have anything like that where it was like stuff like that would throw you off, or was yours just like, I can't sleep, or you would just like?
No, it's not even I can't sleep. Like I can go to sleep and fall asleep, and like usually I don't fall asleep that quick, but I can go to sleep quickly, but I'll wake up 2 minutes later.
Oh, okay.
And then I can't go back to sleep. And then I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up 5 minutes later. Like I used to have an hour lunch at the when I worked at the liquor company, and I would eat really quick, and then I would have like a 30-minute nap. I would wake up 40 times in 30 minutes.
Oh
And I
my
would
gosh.
dream too. Like I can dream in like a matter of seconds. I can have a dream.
And it seemed like a full dream?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Weird. That's weird. Because on
Yeah.
my
And
end,
that's all part of narcolepsy.
really, um, on my end, when I was younger and even still now, like it would take me on average like an hour and a half to fall asleep every single night. And it had to be just perfect conditions for me to like fall asleep. And then when I met Marshall, it was like we would like watch something as we were falling asleep and that would help me to fall asleep. But I just I'm kind of curious now and should probably listen to what he is recommending and trying to go get that
Well,
figured
I think
out.
there's so many different things that you do. And for me too, I can't consistently say it's always been this way because
Okay.
it'll change, but it
Mhm.
changes based on how sleep deprived I am. Like right now, I didn't plan anything this weekend except this. So I was able to get like 5 hours of sleep last night, and I got like 5 hours the night before, which is good because I've been running on about 3 a night. Um, but the worse the sleep is, the harder it is to sleep. If I can get back to getting 6 hours of sleep again, it was easier to start sleeping. So there's nights where I go to bed and you know how you lay down and you're just like, oh my God, like, this feels
Mhm.
so good. And you're so relaxed and you're like, I'm going to fall asleep. And then like 4 hours later, I'm like, fuck, it's getting hard to not think about anything at this point. Like you can only
Yeah.
lay there so long before your brain starts kicking on. But there's all
Well,
these different things that they say, you need to do this, you need to do this. And I'm like, well, sometimes some of that stuff works, sometimes it doesn't. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got was put in a movie that you've seen 100 fucking times
mhm.
and fall asleep to it.
And that's what we do every night. We have a TV show that we watch every single night. Literally, almost as long as we've been together, we watch it every single night. And I have an eye mask, and I start watching it. And then when I'm getting sleepy, I just turn away and put my eye mask on, and then I fall asleep. And usually that works. But I think I'm self-diagnosing here, but I think that I have some traits of ADHD because my brain just never turns off. It is always thinking, always, always, always thinking about random things. And I can have a conversation with you and be thinking about what I have to do tomorrow or something I said 12 years ago that I was like, man, I shouldn't have said that. Why did I say that? That was stupid. So I think, or like if I wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, it immediately turns on. And I'm like, freaking stop thinking. So I think it's that, but I'm also reading a sensory processing book right now. And those are literally like, I read a section was like every single one of those was me. So maybe it's like a sensory processing thing that I've had my whole life and just never knew about until now. Or maybe I do have ADHD. I don't know. But it's just my brain never stops.
See, I have that same thing where my brain, I tell people all the time, I go, listen, while we're talking,
Oh,
you're getting
yeah.
this Chad, but Chad back here is on a completely different fucking topic
Yes.
going somewhere else.
Yes.
And even when I first starting this podcast, like I'm always trying to get better at everything I do. Like because my brain does it and because it's thinking so fast, I noticed that one of the mistakes I make talking to people is I'll just blurt shit out because these ideas keep coming and I'm like, and it just has to come out.
Yes.
And so I got to where I always have a pad of paper here now where I'll write it down so I can remember to come back to it. But yeah, my brain is always going. It's always thinking of something, but I've learned how to control that. And I've learned how to like stop that through meditation and stuff and calm it down into one focus.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nights, like I said, there's nights where I lay down and it's like, okay, I didn't go to sleep for 5 hours last night because I couldn't control my brain. That was my fault. That wasn't insomnia. Yes. That wasn't narcolepsy. That was me.
But on the same, I can't turn it off either. Like I know when it's happening, I know it's happening. I just can't turn it off.
Yeah.
Especially if I'm like super excited about something or if I'm mad about something, I just can't stop thinking through that loop of things.
Yeah. The more emotional it is, the harder it is to displace.
Mm-hmm.
And now the tricky part is the less sleep you get and the more overtrained you get, the harder it is to get out of those loops.
Oh gosh.
And I think that I've said this for a long time. I think that all of my hobbies are based around that because I really like hobbies that make me focus on one point.
Oh, that's
So
good.
lifting, shooting, archery, going
Photography.
insanely fast on a motorcycle, driving fast, like all the things I really love make me zero down to one. Like I have to do to be good at this. I have to forget everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of that is because my brain is normally just blasting all over the place.
That's a good point.
But that also opens me up to all these different theories and the things that I love to study. And because my brain's always going. So it's like, dude, let's figure that out. Let's figure this out. Let's figure that out.
Mine's usually like home projects and stuff that I can do around the house, stuff like that. I like doing that kind of stuff. But yeah, it just.
So you have 13 projects going at once?
Yes, if you see this blue tape here, I taped that almost a year ago because I'm going to paint our tree.
If I was to show you this little thing right here, this is all my paint cans, and I repainted my cabinets, and then I started painting the ceiling, and that's been like 3 years now. And I'm like,
oh, I don't feel so bad now.
Yes,
Luckily,
I should finish that one of these days.
Marshall's been kind and hasn't fully called me out on it yet, but I started painting it in the fall, which was stupid of me because it was actually nice outside. But yeah, I have like half of our house, like the trim and doors painted, and then the other half is just like taped and waiting for me to.
And I have one frame sitting on the floor in my living room, the other bike's on another stand. Like I'm not very good at doing one and then getting it done and then moving to the next one.
I get super excited about it and I'm gung-ho for like this amount of time. And then when that fades, then it's just like, oh,
that's actually where I was diagnosed as bipolar too.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't think is true. I think that's the sleep deprivation.
Oh.
But every now and then you get to a point where you're so exhausted, you're just fucking full of energy.
Yeah.
And so I would have these mania phases for like 6 or 7 days.
Oh, wow.
Holy crap. I would get so much shit done and I would get caught up on everything. And like, you just feel great. You're like, I don't fucking ever need to sleep again. And you just fucking go. And the problem is if you don't pay attention, you fucking crash. And that's miserable.
That's rough. Oof.
So I've learned to kind of control that and go, okay, this is a mania phase. You can't let this go, as no matter how much fun it will be, it's going to be horrible when it ends.
You ride that high and then crash it.
And I watched, I don't know how old are you? 30s?
35.
So do you know who Adam Ant is?
No.
Adam Ant was this big English singer from like the 80s, really famous. And turns out he was bipolar, and they ended up making a documentary about him. And it was like Prince Charles something. And it was a fascinating documentary. It was actually scary to me because I was watching it, and then I had my friends watch it. And like they're talking about him and they're talking to his friends. And I'm going, these guys are saying the exact same shit that everyone around me says. And then my friends watch it and they're like, dude, that's you. And I'm like, fuck, I'm fucking bipolar. And the thing is if you have these mania phases, eventually you're going to have a mania phase that you're never going to be the same again afterwards.
Really?
And that's kind of a really scary thought to me. So like I watched it and then I started researching it more, and then I actually got diagnosed it. And I'm like, okay, if this is true, I got to do something about this, man. That's when I really tried to start controlling the mania phases. But after more and more study, I'm like, is this mania or is this just lack of fucking sleep? Okay. Like if I can control my sleep and control myself, and I haven't had a mania phase in years because I'm just getting better at controlling it and watching it.
But to let that ride, one more time, just
so fun. It was you get so much shit done. And like I imagine I would think I was annoying to be around because I was like Superman. Like my positivity was ridiculous. I'm surprised I didn't think I could fly jumping off the roof or something.
Yeah, don't do that.
And there's a lot like this podcast might have originally started in a mania phase. I don't know. I'm like, I'll start a podcast. I'll trade people. I'm going to start this other business. I'm going to start this business.
6 months later.
Yeah, and then eventually it all catches up, and I'm like, what the was I thinking? I can't do all this.
That's funny.
So now I'm better at trying to manage all of that stuff.
We should do another podcast after you have some cranial sessions, and I'll try to figure out my sleep, and we'll come talk about that.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be interesting because I'm going to call and make an appointment. They're going to be like, why are you making an appointment? And I'm going to be like, well, how much time do you have?
Do you have 6 days to talk about this?
Or? Yeah.
I'm going to need another form for my intake form. Let's just say that.
Because I mean, I'm interested to do it. I'm interested to see what changes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who knows? With everything I've been through in my life, I'm pretty open to a lot of stuff. And I'm pretty open to the fact that, like, I say I want to achieve enlightenment. But can you ever truly achieve enlightenment? I don't think you can, but I want to get as close as I can.
You have 30 years to go sit on a mountain to do that?
I don't think it takes sitting on a mountain. That's going to take me down a path of meditation and what meditation really is. But I think there's so many things that we don't understand. And that leaves almost anything being possible. I mean, if you can kind of understand the movie The Matrix and the fact that that could actually be what's happening, like, then anything is fucking possible. If you can just see what's actually going on.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, maybe some of these unorthodox medical treatments are just one step closer to being able to do that. Mm-hmm. It's possible. There's part of my brain that goes, you're a fucking nut job. And there's part of my brain that goes, it's possible.
And that's balance. No.
Yeah.
If I can recommend, if it works out with your schedule, if you could go like once a week for like 4 weeks, just have them a little bit closer together, I think you might see a little bit better result a little bit faster. Mm-hmm. But I'm hoping even after that first one, it should again help with at least your nervous system enough. Just to see some change, but I would be curious to see again if you had like 4, like once every week for a month, how that would go.
So when they do it, should I say, hey, I want you to do the structural and the emotional, or leave that up to them? Or
they're advanced enough, let them do their thing. Just, they're going to be able to tell, your body will tell them exactly what you need. Just let them do their thing.
Which is what I've always said about strength training. You need to learn. I tell my clients to this day, I'm like, listen, I can never know your body as well as you can. But what we need to do is teach you how to listen to your body. And I'm going to help teach you how to listen to your body. But then you got to give me feedback on what's going on. I go, this is going to be a communication between both of us. Ideally, you learning how to read your body. And then I will always be here to help you interpret what you read.
Mm-hmm. So definitely, I think you are already in touch with your body quite a bit. So I think that's already going to set you further ahead than a lot of people starting off, that you just already have that awareness. My other advice for going into these cranial sessions, if you think something random comes up in your head, just tell them, because that might be something that can help them help you more. Again, with these, like, people will
totally
just think it's
great at blurting out random shit.
Perfect. Let that run wild and free in these sessions. If you feel like, one of my ladies, she's like, I just really feel like I need to kick my leg. Please kick your leg. That might be your body shaking off trauma, or, trying to release something. So just go with whatever your body is feeling. Just go with it. See where it takes you. Again, they're trained enough. They're going to help guide you through that and help guide your body, and again, facilitate healing as your body is telling them. So I just don't think things are coincidence. Just tell them what you're feeling. And again, just let them, with, again, how many classes in that they've been to, they definitely know what they're doing. There are 2 certification processes in cranial. I'm currently going through my first one. both of those have their second one. Again, they are at a level where they could teach the classes that I take. So they definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So
I was talking to one of my clients the other day about knowing your body, and we were talking about my sleep. And with narcolepsy, and this is why I believe I have narcolepsy, it's basically just messing up the sleep-wake cycle. I can tell, like I could be talking to you right here and my body will go, dude, time to sleep, man. And I will feel what goes on in my body. Like even like part of it is your body temperature dropping. Like I'm very aware of my body temperature and it dropping even slightly. And so there's times where like I know when I go to bed, I'm like, man, it's not going to be good, dude. My body temperature is actually going to increase. And go lay down and my body temperature will increase because I'm tired and I want to go to sleep. But my body's going, no, you're supposed to be awake and working right now. You're supposed to go do something. And I have to try to fight through that. And then I'll fight through it and I'll fight through it. And I try to meditate and I try to do what, like, I'll be like, okay, how still can I lay? And then all of a sudden, bam, I will feel all these changes in my body. And within 30 seconds, I'll fall asleep.
wow.
Or times throughout the day where I can actually, there is narcolepsy with cataplexy. I don't have that, but where you could just like, somebody will make you laugh and you'll collapse on the floor, which is something tied into when you have REM sleep, you can't move your body. Your body's done. Mm-hmm. So I'll have times where like through the day, it's like, man, I'm so exhausted. I got like 15 minutes before my next client. So I'll come in the house and I'll sit down and like, I will almost like completely zone out to where I have to really try to move my body. Mm-hmm. Like I'll be sitting there and it's like, okay, I want to move my hand.
You have to think about it.
All right, God damn it. And I like really got to focus to get myself moving again. Cause I've kind of dropped into that. My body wants to sleep right now, mm-hmm. but I got to fight it.
I feel like I have that happen too. Weird. Question. How is your cortisol?
I haven't had it checked in years, but I've never had an issue where it was high. Because
I had my hormones tested like a year and a half ago, and my cortisol was backwards. So like in the morning, it should spike a little bit to help you wake mm-hmm. up. Mine was really low. And then at night, when it was supposed to be low so you could start to go to sleep, it was high. Mm-hmm. So I'm curious with narcolepsy if your cortisol is
probably up and down all the time.
And so that's another thing that Cranial can help with is your cortisol. So I'm so excited for you to go try this.
Because I mean, it's like, and I never knew this because I always thought people that tell me they go to bed and wake up in the morning, and I'm like, fuck off, dude. That's not even possible.
Right? They just like lay down. And
I go, everybody is awake all night like I am. That's just the way it is. Until I started researching it, and I'm like, holy shit, there are people that actually go to bed and wake up. That's fucked. Mm-hmm. It's fucked because I don't get it. That's why it's fucked.
This is going to make Marshall mad, but this conversation is making me want to go have a sleep study on myself, and he's going to get mad because he's been telling me for a while now that I should go do that.
I think an actual real sleep study is great.
Yes, in person, yeah.
Because it can see from what I've looking at, the rings and everything are very, like I have the Aura ring and then there's the Whoop and all them other ones. Yeah. They're fairly accurate and they're more consistent, mm-hmm. which is great if you're just tracking your day to day. But if you're trying to figure out how to improve it, I don't think you can beat an actual sleep study.
Yeah.
Where they're actually looking at it and watching you and the whole ball of wax.
Yeah, that's going to make him mad.
Sleep is so huge. I can't.
Because even I wake up a lot during the night too. And I mean, our 3 dogs sleep by us. And that's like, I won't change that. I love them sleeping by us. But our little one, the one that I was just holding, the black one, she will, come here, Toba. She will, come here. Come here. Well, I'm talking about you. She'll come up to me in the middle of the night and she'll like paw at me until I lift up the blanket so she can go under. But I absolutely love having her cuddle by me. And actually like the weight of her when she sleeps on me, I love that feeling as well. Like that I have mm-hmm. a weighted blanket too that I'll use in the winter. But yeah, I wake up a lot during the night, and I know some of it is from the dogs, but some of it is just I wake up, and then like I said, when I wake up, I just like my brain immediately starts thinking, and then I'm like, ugh. And sometimes I can fall back to sleep, and sometimes I can't, and I'm just awake since 2 a.m. or something like that, and I'm just So
And then like the sleep where you wake up, you were really supposed to have you basically go through 2 sleep cycles a night. And it is important how you go through those cycles. And it's even I talked to Dave in the last podcast, I think, about this, like your sleep quality is more important than your sleep quantity.
okay.
Like you can get away with a lot less light sleep. Like if somebody came to me and went, dude, I get 2 hours of deep sleep and I get 2 hours of REM sleep, or like 2 hours and 30 minutes of REM sleep, and then I get like an hour of light and I feel fine, I'd be like, well, then you're probably good. Because honestly, the important sleep is the REM and deep, and you're getting plenty of that.
Mhm.
So I would say, fine, then don't get 8. Stay where you're at.
Yeah.
But if you get somebody who's getting 10 and they're getting, like, even when I do, it'll take me 14 hours to get 8 hours of sleep. But if sometimes I do that, and it still sucks because it's still shitty sleep.
Yeah.
So the quality is more important than the quantity.
I might go set up a sleep study. But yes, maybe you'll go have some cranial. I'll go do a sleep study, and we'll come back and talk about that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, it would be interesting. It's always interesting to see. I mean, there's always going to be outliers. There's definitely a lot of people that none of these issues are probably that bad for. But then there's a lot of outliers that are really driven to perform. And it's like you're up against a brick wall the whole time.
Yeah.
Not to say you can't do it, because I did it. I mean, I feel bad sometimes because I preach about sleep so much, but I got strong as shit not getting sleep. So, I mean, I could have been a whole lot happier and had a lot less shit in my life if I would have slept and did it. But
yeah.
So it's amazing what the body can do and what it's capable of. And if we can figure out how to use like Western medical shit to make it better, why the fuck not?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cool. So we're at about 3 hours and 50 minutes minus
well, good.
a little break in there.
I have a story that might get us there.
Okay.
I have an Olympia story from that 2014 Olympia.
Oh, yes, I did. I was going to ask you about that too.
I feel like I listened to your podcast with Nick and his side, and you being like, Rob, who's this Rob guy? Which I don't remember that. So this part we might have to cut, and you can release it as its like separate own little thing, just because it's not a kid appropriate one. But okay. So my Olympia story, I have kind of 2 of them. First of all, you graciously drove down there to come handle Marshall and I. I was doing a push-pull, and usually Marshall sets my shirt because I feel like, that's a pretty intimate thing of setting a shirt, because you have to go up the singlet and pull it down. So, and usually I wear spandex under my singlet but USPA, you can't. So you're like, oh, I can set your shirt. And I kind of look at Marshall like, huh, and he's like, he knows what he's doing. Let him do it. So you reach up there and yank, and my underwear goes with it. I don't know if you knew that, but I
didn't
was
know it. No.
like panicking on the inside because I'm like, oh my God, Chad Ikes just pulled my underwear. like, oh my God, I'm like one of his groupies now or something. I don't know. But I was horrified. And in my head, I'm like, this is why Marshall always sets my shirt, because in case something like this happens. So you just like yanked and my underwear went with, and I was like, oh my God. So anyways, fast forward to the buffet. So yes, we did get kicked out of there. We sat there for 4 hours and they were not happy. But okay, I have to kind of frame this. So September of 2014, I was pregnant and did not know I was pregnant. So my hormones were already a little more on end. So we're out to eat at this buffet. Marshall comes back from getting a plate of food and he goes, I just got hit on. You want to hear about it? And I'm like, sure, why not? So he proceeds to tell the table that this lady, random lady, walks up to him. This is when he had a huge beard, like down here, huge beard. She starts touching his beard, just stroking it. And already I'm like, who just walks up to a random person and just starts touching their beard? Like
I don't remember if he told me that. I don't remember that she actually touched his beard.
No, she was touching it. So, and she's touching it, and he was like, does it disgust you? And she goes, no, I want to fuck it. And I was like,
Okay.
What? And Jeff Frank, oh my God, loves to tell this because apparently, again, I don't hold emotions well on this face. And I was just like freaking out. He's like, you looked like you wanted to go murder her. And I am just like, who says this to a complete stranger that you want to fuck their beard at the Bellagio buffet? And I just was like so pissed. And I love hearing Jeff tell this because he just starts laughing and it just makes him so happy that I was so angry at this random lady. But yeah, that's my Olympia story, is that Marshall got hit on by this random chick who said she wanted to fuck his beard. And I'm still like, who says that?
Only in Vegas.
Only in Vegas. Yes, that is what we say. Only in Vegas.
Yeah, like what? It's almost fascinating to me because I'm like, dude, what kind of person would do that? I mean, I could see coming up and going, hey, your beard, you got a nice beard. Because he does. He grows a nice beard. But like, yeah, what? And like, do you, like, I can't even, I could be single as hell. And that person, I'd be like, get the fuck away from me, man. Like, no, like the fact that you would come up and say that actually turns me off. Get the fuck away from me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So those are my Olympia stories. But yeah, I just, even to this day, I'm like, who said that?
That was I have a couple of stories. Like I have trouble differentiating. I'm like, wait a minute, which buffet dinner was that? Like, cause I've been down there. Well, I'm only like 7 hours of drive. So I've been there a few times to help people and stuff. And there's always some sort of crazy buffet stories in Vegas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But that's
Rob. I need to get Rob on here. Actually, I've been thinking about that, trying to fit him in.
Yeah. He would be a good one.
Because I'll tell that story. That was so funny.
What's this rock?
I felt like an idiot, and it was still funny. He's like, you mean me? And I'm just like, yeah, yep, that's who I mean. God damn it, yeah.
And you really didn't know who he was?
No, I had no idea. Like, I had never met him, and like, he looked different than all the videos I had seen of him.
Oh gosh. That's so funny.
And I mean, I was complimental. Like, I was amazed. I'm like, have you seen this guy? I go, I can't figure him out. Like, whenever he would come down on the eccentric, I'm like, holy shit, this dude's going to die. And then all of a sudden he'd tighten up and just push it up. And I'm like, how does he do that? And he's like, who are you talking about? I go, Rob Luendo, I think. And he's like, you mean me? And I'm like, son of a bitch. Yep, I mean you.
Nice to meet you.
And then because I think I handed off for him the next day or something too.
So it clearly didn't affect him that much.
And I was like, dude, you scared the shit out of me on your eccentric phase. How do you fucking do that?
Oh gosh, that's so funny.
I don't even remember what shirt he was using. There was a time where we kept switching. We were fucking poly denim. Then we were in other denims, and
I've never benched in a denim shirt, and I am okay with that.
I actually didn't mind the denim, but I got more out of the poly.
Yeah.
Denims were just scary because when they went, man, they went.
I loved my metal ace. Molly Edwards gave me her old metal ace, which she was like a weight class above me, so I could literally just like put it on.
Yeah.
That's what I benched my 400 in, was that just loose metal
I didn't ever really like the ace.
But since it was big, I could manipulate it like I had an SDP before that, and I loved that shirt, but I could manipulate it like that, but still kind of have that stopping power with it. So
well, I think I think a lot of people don't understand that about gear. There is a too tight.
Yes.
There's a too tight where you can't do shit. And there's also ways to tweak loose stuff
to make it tighter.
Because my bench shirts always went on easy. Especially once we went to open back, it was like, this is a piece of cake. And I could get it to load up almost immediately.
For that Olympia, I got a new Overkill shirt, and I was actually talking to Rudy on the phone. as he's taking my measure, like I'm giving him my measurements. And at this time I was like consistently right around like 165, 170. And he's like, I have never had measurements this big for a 165-pound person. I'm like, I don't like my shirts tight. Like that's overkill weight, but I don't like them tight. And he's like, okay. And then I took it out of the box and benched like 360 or 375 in it. So in a single ply shirt. And I was like, okay, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I would see people they'd put shirts on so tight that they couldn't stay in good technique.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so you're giving up your good technique for the assistance of the shirt.
Yeah.
But is that really what's giving you the most? Like sometimes I would talk people into going a little bit bigger and they would actually bench more.
I feel like that happens with deadlift suits too, where people think that they're so ridiculously tight, but then they can't get to the bar and everything's out of position. And yeah, I think it's a fine line of what's a good tight.
The one thing, if this is the one I'm thinking of, wasn't that platform like moving when you guys were lifting?
I think it was pretty notorious for moving.
Because like when Marshall, I think it was when Marshall was doing something, like it's like, I mean, I'm just walking out and I can feel this thing fucking moving.
I'm pretty sure it was when he was walking out his squats. You could, because he had to like, oh, was that the one? I think that was the year someone literally like stumbled, I think on the way back in and dumped it over them. And it like took the ER rack and everything. And I think that was literally like the lifter before him. I think it was that year.
I know they were trying to elevate it for the crowd and stuff, but I'm like, you're going to have guys squatting 800-900 pounds
that they have to walk it out.
And it's only 13, 14 inches, the biggest foot. So you got 800 pounds on this little area.
Yeah.
And you're not set up to handle that kind of weight, from what I could tell.
Yeah.
I love that Marshall story. That makes me laugh so fucking hard.
The one of you pushing it or him trying to push you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good one. And the thing that makes it even better is that you had,
because I didn't even really know. Like he pushed me and I'm like, like, you know, when you're ready to go, like, are you ready to go? Like, push me out of the way. I don't know what's going on here.
That's so funny. Oh God, that was so funny.
I think the first time I heard him too, I think the first time I heard him say that story was like on the Instagram one.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I was laughing so fucking hard. Because I was like, I saw like Chad Eichner in my deadlift. I'm like, what the fuck's he talking about?
So it's even better that it was like in front of Goggins and everything, which, you know, Marshall like looks up to him.
Oh yeah.
Makes it even better.
Goggins is that guy's funny.
Oh gosh.
Very dry sense of humor, extremely funny.
Love it.
I'd like to get him on here at some point too. We talked about it before.
There was one time at one of the Learn to Trains, I think we were driving to go out to eat. Do you remember where we used to go to Der Dutchman? After the Learn to Trains?
Yeah.
Oh, we could get one of those here, though. That was amazing food. But I think we were driving there, and it was me, Harry Selko, Marshall, Ed Cohen, and Steve Goggins. And I'm like looking at, and then who else? Oh gosh, what do they refer to him as? Something Jew. What the heck do they call him? But I think he was someone that like trained alone. But anyways, and I just like remember looking back because I was sitting in the front by Harry, and I was just like, wow, this is like a once in a lifetime type of thing of getting to ride with these guys. But anyways, that was.
Yeah, if you have Goggins and Ed Cohn and Selko, like that was
a good ride.
Three big names
around. I'd have been happy.
That was one of the coolest things about those seminars. And especially when we did like the underground strength session, because I go, this is one of the few times I'm in a gym and I'm happy.
Yeah.
Because I can look around, and even if people are doing things a little different than me, I know they have a reason. Where like I go in most gyms and I'm like, fucking shit, these people are fucked up.
You just have to put your
and I want to fix everybody, and I can't. But there it was like that, and then of course being in some of those seminars back then, God, you had so many big name lifters, and like what an opportunity for people to be around that many big name guys.
Yeah.
Those are fun. I want to do something like that when I get my move down to Pahrump. I would like to do something like that again. And pull in like 15 or 20 just crazy name coaches.
Yep, that'd be cool. Does Marshall get a +1?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Depends on how much money I have when I start setting everything up.
I'll fly myself out there. That's okay.
If I win the lottery,
right? I always say that.
I have an insane plan of a huge gym, a whole shit ton of tiny houses.
Ooh.
And like where it's like, dude, you guys can come out, hang out for a week or whatever. I don't give a shit. And we'll ride and shoot guns and ride BMX bikes and do cool shit. And then we'll put on a crazy ass seminar, teach a bunch of people a bunch of shit. And then at some point I'm going to get pissed off and kick everyone out because I need to be alone. But other than that, we'll be fine.
But when that happens, the seminar's done and we just go home.
Seminar's done. Everybody go home. I'll see you in 3 months.
That's funny.
I did one of the seminars, and I think I was in. I don't remember where. I think it was Fry. Like I'm sitting in the restaurant by myself. It's not even open. It's closed. Like all the lights are off. And I'm sitting in the dark, and like Jason comes in and he goes, "You're sitting in a dark restaurant all by yourself." And I went, "Yep." And he goes, "Okay." And I walked away.
Just making sure. Okay.
Need some alone time. Been around too many people.
Yeah, that's funny.
This was cool. We're gonna do it again for sure. I'm gonna this week. I'll look into trying to schedule, see how much those people charge, and
I mean, for my cranial sessions right now, I charge $60 an hour, but my normal massage rate is $80 an hour. So with their experience, don't be surprised if it's like $100 an hour. Just giving you a heads up.
Well, they might have to. They may be spaced out a little further then.
Yeah,
but either way, I'm going to go and because I want to talk to him and just see. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'll be curious too.
Because I do believe. I'm an anomaly, but I've always been an anomaly. Like I've confused doctors from the day I was born, I think. Like I've always had really weird shit that they can't seem to figure out.
I wish you could just be there right now. One of the stories in the first book that we had to read for cranial was this lady was sick like her entire life. And she was referred to Dr. Upledger because the surgeon was like, I can't cut you open anymore. Like I don't have anything else to take out. And, so she found Dr. Upledger and it took her back to when she was 2 days old and she was in her little bassinet and she heard a conversation between her mom and grandma. And the grandma was yelling at the mom of like, how could you get pregnant? This was a mistake. You never should have had this baby. And that little baby heard it and internalized it and carried it with her entire life until she was like 40 something and found Dr. Upledger. And after that, she divorced her husband, started a realty business and became a successful realtor. But again, so maybe, who knows? Maybe it was something you heard when you were teeny tiny.
So did she remember that her whole life or she remembered it once she saw him?
She didn't know it until she saw him. So she had no idea. She was just sick constantly. Her husband was abusive, verbally, all that. Her kids treated her like crap. Her boss treated her like crap. But
I mean, that goes back to my theory that mindset is so important. And if something happened as a kid and you took it a certain way that affected your mindset your whole life until you recognize like why, of course all these things are happening. You're carrying this one enormous and something like that where you're like, oh, well, shit, I shouldn't have even been born. I'm a big fucking mistake.
Yes. And that's basically it. So once they found that out, she kind of like remembered back and she thought, if I'm going to be here, I can at least be a burden on myself and not really amount to anything. And so when they found that out, she could look at it from an adult perspective and say, grandma was probably just stressed out about something and
worried and they didn't know how they were going to take care of a kid. It wasn't really at her. It was
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe something happened, when you were very, very young, and yeah. He's also
Yeah, I
had
mean,
people.
who knows? It's all possible. I mean, I was a pretty angry person for a lot of my life, and until I actually took it on myself to figure that out and change it. And now, even like I've had conversations with J.M. Blakely, and I think in our last podcast, he's like, "Hey, can I ask you something?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." He goes, "You tell me all these stories about how angry you were. You seem pretty happy to me." And I'm like, "Yeah, because I worked it out.
I've
Like,
worked on it. Yeah.
I figured out, listen, I shouldn't be this angry. Why am I pissed off all the time? Like, I don't want to be pissed off all the time." And I went back through my past and I looked at a lot of stuff and readjusted what I thought about a lot of stuff. And
That's that's honestly incredible that you could do that. That's really cool. That's really cool.
it's me. I like to dive into shit, even if it's my own psyche.
Most people don't, though, especially when it's their own psyche. That's scary. That's reliving some hard times.
I think I'm a control freak in a lot of ways. So I use that to my advantage. Like if I'm truly in control, then why can't I figure this out? Why am I not willing to go this deep? Why am I not willing to figure out what's going on here? I mean, if I'm truly a control freak, then shouldn't I control everything about myself? And if something from my past is bothering me, then who am I? I'm not in control.
That's such a good point. Yeah, I really liked your the first podcast with you and Marshall, where like literally the first hour you guys just talked about mental health stuff. I really liked it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was honestly cool, like knowing Marshall, for almost 15 years now, and just seeing, because he was always the one who just like pushed everything down. He's like, we don't talk about that, we just push it down, it'll go away, right? And then how he's like, you can't do that, it'll just bubble up at some point. And I'm just like,
It's gonna come
it's so
back.
cool to like see his growth and see all
Yeah,
that. So
that's an interesting one to me, especially with today's just everything that's going on, and you got people talking about toxic masculinity, and then you still have the hardcore masculine guys. And it's like, I go, dude, it's always about balance, man. Like, I don't think men should cry from physical pain. I think men should be able to tough through that. But I think if a guy cries because he has a daughter, that's cool. If a guy did something his whole life, put everything he had into it, and he's successful, that's cool. Like, you can shed some tears. That's a big deal. But and it's not masculine to not deal with all your problems and to try to shove them down, because they're going to come up. They're going to come up no matter what. And even like when I talk about my suicide stuff, I keep wondering if the day is going to come that I can talk through it without tearing up. But I don't know if it'll ever do that. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing either way. Because it's still, emotions is still there. But if I try to shove it down, that's no good. If I let it out, that is good. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe boys should be tough. I believe men should be tough. But shoving things down to me isn't tough.
Yeah.
That's actually easy. It's easy to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder to talk about shit.
It is.
Which is why I talk about my stuff openly like I do.
Which is awesome.
Because it's hard. And if I'm a tough motherfucker, why can't I talk about it? If I couldn't talk about it, then I'm not that tough in my mind.
I love that. I wish more people would understand that. It's good.
Yeah.
Doing it.
I'm going to keep going. Someday I'm going to get on Joe Rogan.
Do it.
That's one of my big things. I want to hit, just because, like, dude, it'd be awesome. It'd be awesome if I could make a living just podcasting, because I enjoy it. But more than that, I want to reach as many people as I can, because there's too many people suffering from shit they don't need to suffer from.
Yes.
So the more people I can reach and the more I can help people, actually, that's going to be better for me, which is kind of selfish, I guess, in a way. But like, because I enjoy that. I enjoy the fact that gives me purpose in life. So the more famous I can get, the bigger podcasts I can get on as a guest, or the bigger people I can get on here, the more it grows, the more people I can help. Mm-hmm. And it's just like this circular thing that I'm here anyway, might as well help some people.
Maybe you can get on his podcast by like use your strength stuff and be like, oh, I would, all your past big numbers.
I mean, I would like to. I would like to be on Rogan because I think we could go down all these different paths and do like a huge long one. And the closest I got was Steven Crowder was on there. And Steven Crowder is actually a powerlifting fan. And way back in the day, we used to email back and forth. And so Steven Crowder was on there for all his political comedian stuff. And he goes, yeah, I know this powerlifter who doesn't sleep at all. And this guy's still strong as shit. And like he was talking about me.
Like, I'm famous.
Somewhat famous.
There's your in. Come on, there's your in.
The funny part is it was my business partner calls me up one morning and he's like, dude, do you know Steven Crowder? And I go, yeah. I go, like the Canadian comedian guy who likes lifting? And he's like, all right, because I fell asleep listening to Joe Rogan and I had this dream that he said something about you. And then so he went back and watched it. And then he sent it to me, and I'm like, yeah, he's talking about me. Totally. It was weird.
Cool. That's cool. There's your in. Come on, there's your in. Seize the day.
Do you know how hard it is to get a hold of these guys?
Can't.
Like, they know millions of people.
You always miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Oh, no, I take shots. I've sent emails. I'm like...
To him, though, he's already been on the podcast.
The few famous people I know, well, I lost track of Crowder. I don't even know how to get a hold of him anymore. But Instagram, like some of the famous people I know, I'm like, dude, do you know this person? Do you know this person? They're like, no. I'm like, crap. And then so I'll send them emails. And like, I want to get Dorian Yates. I really, really, really badly want to talk to Dorian Yates and Tom Platz on this podcast. So I keep sending them messages and I can't get through to them. And then I want to get John Hack on. So I sent him messages that they never get opened because, I mean, I don't know how many emails he gets a day.
Hold on.
And then even on one of his things the other day, I commented, hey, I'm Chad Ikes. I have this podcast. I would love to get you on. And like everybody's liking it, but I never hear from him.
He was a guest lifter at one of the meets in Dickinson. So Dave Stensland could probably hook you up with him. To actually like,
yeah, however I could get a hold of those guys. Like, I'm like, I know all these old guys, but like, there's some of the young guys. I'm like, dude, I want to know what these guys are doing. How do I get the hell a hold of these guys?
Yeah. And
he's one. That dude's absolutely amazing. Like, yeah. I'm like, I look at the number he's lifting and he's so little, and I'm like, how the fuck does he stay that lean? And I mean, I probably would have never got to 385 if I could have lifted what I lifted at 270.
Yeah.
Like for me, it was like, I got to get big to get stronger. Like, how did this guy, he's lifting weights bigger than what I did, and he's not anywhere near as big as I was.
Yeah. And seeing him in person too. Like, I remember, cause I go and judge those meets in Dickinson, and when he was there, Marshall's like, hey, you see that guy over there? I was like, yeah. He's like, that's John Hack. He benches like 600 pounds raw. And I was like, what?
Yeah. You're like, no way, that guy?
Yeah.
He looks like he plays soccer. What do you mean?
And then I went and like looked at his Instagram and I was like, holy shit. So yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. It fascinates me. And I want to know with the young raw people that are coming up. I mean, there's a few really fucking impressive people.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, so what are they doing differently? Are they actually resting more now? Do they have a different mentality? Like, did they just take kind of what we learned and advanced it? Like, there's something there. There's some reason.
I'm curious if they can find a good coach. If they, like, when you coach someone, they don't have to go through everything that all the BS you went through leading up to, coaching. So your clients get the benefit of how many years of knowledge that they don't have to build themselves, but they just get to have. So I'm curious if those are some of like why we're seeing all these raw lifters.
And so then what took me to be 34, these guys can get to, they're cutting 5 or 6 years off of it. Exactly. So now they're where we were, but they're younger and they have a longer period. Like, when did they start?
Yeah.
It's funny because some of these guys, I always try to ask everybody on my podcast, like, when did you start? And like, some of these guys are like, they started serious at 12 years old, like, or fairly serious for a 12-year-old. And you're
Yeah.
like, okay, so you're 27. You still got a lot of years that you put in already.
Yeah. If they've been smart,
Yeah, if they've been smart.
that whole
And if they found the guys that kept them from doing all the dumb shit that we did when we started.
Yeah. But yeah, if the training age obviously comes into play, but yes, if they're recovery and all that and their food, because I feel like also food is much more like your diet comes into play much more now, and people are more aware of it. When, like you were like, I just got to eat whatever I can just to
just cranking it down. Yeah.
So I feel like that is a huge part of it too, where people are just like literally healthier now.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part, but I think having a good coach that can help you bypass those, but then I don't know, because I feel like there was so much that you learned from trial and error on yourself, where you wanted to try this and you did, and you're like, okay, it didn't work for me, so I'm going to try this, so I feel like there's a huge part of like learning your own body, but still, if they get to bypass all the mistakes. And
I always say it like, here's my goal. My goal is to take younger lifters, help them avoid the mistakes that I made, so they can make their own mistakes that are more advanced than the mistakes that I made.
Yes. Yeah, because I feel like that's kind of why the sport is still advancing.
And each generation learns a little more and a little more.
Yeah.
And because I feel like the biggest thing in strength is the time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Like we only have so many years. By the time we hit our late 40s, early 50s, we're getting to the point where it's like, dude, you're just hanging on to what you can for as long as you can at this point.
Yeah.
So you have this window where you can keep growing. But the more advanced you can get, the more you can stay away from injuries, then the longer time you have to just continue to get stronger.
Mm-hmm. And I think thinking back to all like the West Side stories of them just like the stupid competitions that they had against each other in the gym that meant nothing and probably hurt them more than helped them, where they're like, oh, it's a deadlift day. People are throwing money in the chalk bowl and we're going to last man standing, when they were probably a few weeks, like a month or so out from the meet. Did that really do their training any good? Probably not. Was it
No,
fun?
I think it hurt them, and a lot of guys got injured during that. Yeah. And you said West Side Stories, and I just popped into the other part of my head that's thinking, popped into a West Side Story musical of West Side Barbell. West Side's the best side. West Side's the best side. Dancing up to the deadlift bar.
All that stuff, it's just like, imagine how strong they could have been if they would have not overtrained like that. And, there are the stories of like, oh, we partially tore our hamstring, so we just wrapped it with a knee wrap and then kept going, or, and it's just like, if you'd have just taken a week to rehab it, how much further could you have been? So I always wonder that too.
Yeah, well, even like I look back at, because I've done a lot of dumb stuff, and I'll tell the story with pride and admit that it was dumb at the same time. Like basically my best years, by the time I got to the deadlift, whatever was going on with my hip was so bad that I was in serious pain pulling. If I would have, when that first happened, and I think it happened on my first 800-pound deadlift, where the hooks got stuck and they finally got them out, and I'm like, screw it, I'm going anyway. And I like literally sank it because I got loose and sank it deep. I came right back. They said I could have another attempt. It was their fault. And I go, good, let me take these wraps off and put them on, and I'll do it again right now. And I came back and got it. But I think that's where I first heard it. Now, if I would have just taken some time to heal it up, where would I have been later? But instead, I'm like, nope, got a meet coming up, can't take time off. Got a meet coming up, can't take time off.
Yep.
And even when I totaled 27:33 with a torn hamstring. My first thought was, okay, got to turn it up. I'm going to break the all-time total. I just need more intensity. If I would have just went, Chad, everything's going perfect. Why don't you back off? Let the hamstring heal. Let your central nervous system heal. I probably would have fucking killed everybody's total. Mm-hmm. But I went the wrong direction, ended up spiraling my depression and suicide out of fucking control. And when the smartest thing I could have done was just said, why don't you just take a month off?
Yeah.
Heal up, get your head right, get some sleep.
A month in powerlifting time, though, is just like 3 years to other people.
Well, I mean, it
alone.
seems like a lot, but I've heard multiple stories about Kirk Kowalski would take 6 weeks off after a heavy meet.
That's crazy.
And that
But
dude was yoked and huge and strong as shit.
even look at like Dan Bell though. Like when he would hit a big total, like he would not power lift for how long, right? Like I'm pretty sure
Mm-hmm.
he would just, and then he would, when he ramped it back up, he was good to go. But he was probably actually healed and, could actually then put that intensity into the training that he needed. So,
And even I used to hear that, God, the metal militia guy, Carpenter, I used to hear that he would take 6 months a year off to like race and jump his quad. And then he would come back and hit another huge ass bench.
Was it you that was saying that like you try to make your powerlifters have other hobbies?
Yo, that's my goal. That is my goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make them have other hobbies. And
because
I agree.
I think if they had a hobby, like they don't have anything else to do.
Yeah.
So when you say, hey, don't go into the gym, to them, it's like, what do you mean? Like, don't breathe? Yeah. I'm supposed to hold my breath for a month? What the fuck are you talking about?
And then I think for like a lot of us, a gym, like outside of Marshall, who's like, he's like, gym's not time to be with your friends. Like for a lot of them, it's also like their friends who are also like family, because you see them 4 or 5 days a week and you're with them for 2 or 3 hours each night, and then you're traveling to meets together. So if you don't go to the gym, you don't get to see your friends or family either. So it's I think there's another aspect to it.
If we're going to be real, most powerlifters are broken in some way.
Yes, which is probably why they find the sport.
And that becomes a family to them.
Yeah.
At least during that time that they're lifting.
Yeah.
So they're not going to not. That's what it's not the lifting that they love. It's the camaraderie and the.
Yes. Oh, okay. So you and Marshall, and I think you and Nick were talking about it too. One, the Island of Misfit Toys. I thought that was hilarious. But two, the whole like powerlifting team. And Marshall and I have had this conversation too of, are those that powerlifting team like it used to be, are those done and over with? And I was thinking, when we used to train at like P-Town Barbell or E-Hop or any of those, we pretty much all were doing the same meet. So we were all training the same thing, where everyone now, like we always used to, everyone would squat on Monday. That's what you did. Everyone would bench on Wednesday. So you were all on one mono or one bench. So it really was that team. We're spread out throughout the gym. And so that team, like, yes, we'll still go spot each other, but you're not changing each other's plates. You might help someone here and there, but it used to be like, oh, you're getting ready, so you're wrapping your knees and they're wrapping your knees for you, and you're, trying to breathe while they're loading your plate. So that whole, like, I feel like that true team aspect of it is like, yes, we're still a team, but it's just not like it was. And it's sad to think.
Yeah, I don't think I think in some respects it's like even if you take a group and you have a bunch of misfits that are there because they finally fit in, and it's not really about lifting, as long as there's still a male, I would even say like a mother and father figure, as long as there's still a mother and a father figure to kind of guide it, I think it can be really great. But if you don't have at least one or two of those figures, it's kind of like a loose team.
Yeah.
Which I consider more of a dysfunctional family. Yeah, everybody's rah-rah and cheering for everybody, but who's fixing their technique? Who's making sure they're doing things right? Who's going, no, you're done today because you're overtraining? And who's going, hey, you need to pick it the fuck up and focus, So, and that's kind of what those teams were before. I mean, even like Huge Iron, you had somebody in there that was kind of tough and that kept things rolling and had people doing things right. And I think gear helped make it a better team, because it's really hard to train gear hard by yourself. It can be done. Blaine Sumner did it, but it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think it still should be like, if you got a team, like, dude, half the team goes, let's do this meet. The other half goes, okay, we'll handle you. Mm-hmm. And then you find another meet and the other half does it. And like, if you have everybody doing all these different meets and all these different competitions and nobody knows what's going on, and one person's training for a meet and the other person's doing some other block because they don't have a meet coming up, you're kind of splitting the team up, you know?
And I mean, so I still like our team is awesome, and we still all, you know, especially on like bigger lifts, we're all like around watching, even if you're not spotting actively, you're still watching that lift. So we still get that team aspect of, hey, your lats were loose this time, or your elbow was flared more than it usually is, you know. But it's just not the same as like we all are training the same lift the same day, and you know, all on that one implement. So it's
Yeah, and even when when I had my team, we were all very different. I was usually the worst at recovering, but I still managed to set the system up that we're all in there. We're all squatting in the same days. We're all benching in the same days. Now we may split a little bit off on, supplemental work, or maybe one day the guy's in there doing light, but it's still his squat day. So he's going to do light squat stuff and help the team with their max effort stuff, so you were still always tied in together as much as possible, which is part of the fun to me. Like, that was fun.
It's a lot of fun.
I'm still more excitable for people that I'm handling or helping or coaching than anything I did myself. Like, I did it myself and went, yeah, cool. I knew I'd do it. Whatever. What's next?
What's next? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I think Marshall, especially since he hasn't been able to train heavy these last couple of years, he's really embracing that with his clients. And it's so funny because when he wears his like his Whoop strap or his watch that tracks his heart rate, oh my gosh, his watch will be like, great exercise, good job. And it's just like his heart's been going
all he's
day.
doing is standing there.
Yeah, and he's just so nervous for them because he wants them to do well. And yeah.
Having clients at competitions is the fucking hardest thing ever to me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get nervous at all when it's me.
Do you pick their numbers, or do they help pick, or do you just solely pick
It's a collaboration. I want to know what they think. Most of the times I'm more aggressive than they are, but
that's funny. That's opposite of Marshall. Usually he's like, let's slow this down a little bit.
I try to read it. Like, and I'll watch them when I say the number and stuff and see what facial expressions they have. Because I find most people sell themselves short.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then I got to deal with keeping them in the right mindset at the meet. And if they fuck one up, that fucks a lot of people up.
Yeah. I liked when you were saying that, like, if you missed one, it didn't affect you because you're like, that was a whole separate thing, where a lot of people, that's not how that is. And it made me, when you were saying that, so I grew up in Minnesota. I loved the Twins, baseball, and Joe Mauer was really big when I was in high school. And there were so many times where he would get into an 0-2 count. And then, I mean, he was an amazing hitter, but the amount of times he was backed into an 0-2 count and just where he never should have gotten a ball to hit, he would hit it. And so it made me think of that when you're like, it doesn't matter if I miss my first two, it's irrelevant. This is now. So I liked that. And that's
it's completely, and I work on all that stuff in their training too. Like, there's times where they miss something on a max effort and I'm like, you're doing it again. And this is why. And then they hit it and they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, just because you missed it don't mean you don't have the skill to do it. It means you fuck something up. Don't fuck it up.
Mm-hmm. When Freya benched last week, so she hit 50 pounds, really nice, super tight. Boom. We jumped her to 60 and she still got it, but she got loose on the way down. She kind of just dropped it to her chest fast and then had to kind of muscle it up. And so after that, I was like, Freya, I showed her videos and I was like, you see on this one how you were nice and tight and you kept it tight all the way down. And then on this one, you kind of dropped it. And she was like, oh, yeah, okay. And it was just cool to like be able to show her that and her be like, oh, yeah, I did do that. So just another.
Yeah. And then that's the little trigger that now she knows.
Yeah.
Just because it gets hard doesn't mean it's hard. It means you might have forgot to do something.
Yes. Yeah. So, and then Marshall's right there and he's like, yeah, if you'd have stayed tight, maybe you could have went up to, 70 pounds. So yeah, but it's cool that, she's coaching.
Those are the good lessons. And I'm notorious for doing this. When somebody learns a lesson in the gym, I'll be like, how do you think that'll transfer into life?
Ooh.
because I truly feel that lessons that I've learned in life helping in the gym and vice versa. A lot of stuff I learned in the gym, I took into life.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm really conscious of, especially with like my teenager or younger lifters.
Yeah.
I'm really conscious, like, no, you thought you sucked. You didn't think you would get that one. We got you focused and you nailed it. So, when you start this next job, you need to remember that. Like, just because it gets messed up one time doesn't have anything to do with what you're going to do after that.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's awesome. Good life lessons.
Yeah, I'm big on life lessons. I love that shit.
That's cool. That's cool.
It all goes together to me. It's all the same. I think that's why I like so many different things in life. Like I'm baffled. I'm amazed. I have a couple friends who are getting older and like they don't have any likes other than training. And they can't train like they used to train. And they're like lost.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, dude, you don't like, I have 50 other hobbies. I just don't have time to do anywhere near any of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So like, if I need a little more recovery, I'm like, well, so what? That gives me more time to ride my bike, or that gives me time to go shoot, or that gives me more time to go shoot bows, or like you've been wanting to start making knives. Like that gives you time to start a knife company. Like, I mean,
not make a knife, start a knife company.
Yeah, I want to start making knives to sell. Yes. Like I'm like, how do you guys have nothing that you like other than lifting? Like, what the fuck did that happen?
That's funny. Yeah.
And then you go, no wonder you beat the crap out of yourself. You had nothing else in life.
Mm-hmm. That's so funny. Sorry,
which is cool. I respect. I have to. There's a part of me that respects that completely and utterly, and then another part of me to go, dude. There's more. There's a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to start a knife company. Sorry, I'm still hung up on that. Not that you want to make a knife, but you want to start a knife company. Oh, that's funny.
I already work on knives. I'm going to start a goddamn Courage fucking blade making.
Do it. Marshall likes blades.
I already sell custom BMX bikes too. So like there's no end for me of how many businesses I could start.
Jeez. Then you have your train. Yeah. Lots of hobbies. That's good.
Never enough. That's why I'm working on a big building so I can have more space to do all this other stuff.
Gosh. It's going to be a big building. It's
all fun for me.
That's okay. Yeah.
We might have beat Marshall's.
I think we did. Even with my little break, I think we did.
Yeah, I think we're over 4 hours even with the break.
Yeah, we are.
Marshall's a loser. Freak show. He can't even talk for 4 fucking hours.
You were so close too.
I'm gonna when I get it done and post it, I'll send him a text like, "What's it like to be second?
Second best in
to your
dance.
wife of all things."
Oh, that's funny. That's really funny.
I don't want some shit getting sent to me, divorce paperwork, and it says reason.
Chad broke up.
My wife
Chad broke up my marriage.
Chad screwed up my deadlift and he broke up my marriage.
Oh gosh. Oh, next time you get tagged on Instagram from him, you're gonna be like, "Ooh, I don't want to look at that." Oh gosh.
All right, it was an awesome talk. We covered a ton of cool subjects.
Yes.
Definitely have you on again, and I'll keep you up to date when I get an appointment to go check out letting them girls tweak my head. Part of me, if they go to move my skull, part of me is gonna want to go. Can't move them.
They're gonna be like, "What is going on right now? What are you doing?"
Intracranial pressure expand.
Too much. I'm gonna be stuck in flexion. You're too much.
Oh, this poor whoever one I choose, that poor woman.
You might need both of them just in case one's like, yeah, you can't come back here. You can't come back here. Oh, we're done. I'm firing you. So
They're going to be laughing, I guarantee it.
you can laugh together. That's okay.
All right, I'm going to hit my outro. We're going to end this thing.
Sounds good. Thanks, Chad.
Thanks for listening to the Courage Barbell Unlimited podcast. For more information, please visit couragebarbell.com. Until next time.